She didn't.
Well, technically, they killed that person and then brought them back.
Hey, I wasn't there. I don't know anything. We'll have to talk.
All right. At the lighthouse, beneath the gleam of the beacon above, Lowry and some group of survivors are on their way ascending up the hill toward the lighthouse. When you see the first signs of panic, people beginning to run, you can see one of the townspeople that have their arm around large Lowry's shoulder, and he's helping them walk, while others are running in the back. You see glints and flashes of blue lightning. There are flickers of red and hoppings of gray. There are puddings giving chase to the people who are fleeing up the hill toward the lighthouse. The people at the lighthouse are currently caught in the midst of preparing supplies and building shelter and getting arranged. Those of you who want to be near the front can be involved. As the screams begin to spread through the crowd, sounds of alarm, you hear Esmond say, You there, sailors! Grab those barrel lids, the box lids! Okay, everybody, form a wall. Stay with me. Peach, Araya, get in the back, just in case they get behind us.
Let's go, Araya.
Okay, 1 second. Wait, who was telling us this?
Esmond.
Okay, Esmond. Did I say Casey? I meant Esmond.
No, you said Esmond.
Oh, no. Okay. No, we need to get everyone inside. We need to help the people that are coming up the hill.
There ain't enough room for everybody inside there.
Ava goes, I think you said that someone was either shot last time by one of the bolts or were being shot at. I can't remember.
There are people making their way up the hill towards the lighthouse, towards where all of you are, and you see one of them in the back. One of the blue puddings, as a flicker of blue lightning, hits them in the back, and they begin to convulse and fall to the ground. They're probably... Ooh, my alarm's going off. No, that's the doorbell. Oh, God. That's the sound of the town bell.
That's the sound!
Get in. Oh, dogs are barking.
Wait, can I see maybe who's coming up the hill? If it's anybody that... Like, I remember you saying some of the names, but it's not a certain goblin.
You see Lowry. You see Lowry, the bartender from the Dry Iron Pub. It's the only probably prominent NPC we've talked about. Okay. Not many other recognizable faces yet.
Ava goes sprinting towards the person who was hit with the blue stuff.
Okay, you'll be running into the crowd of people and into a bunch of puddings if you do that. That's probably 100-ish feet at least from you right now. Yeah. So the group of survivors are still making their way up the hill. We'll say they're 100 feet from you right now, where we begin, and they're being set upon by puddings of blue and red and gray. You can see some of the sailors, the dock workers near you, are grabbing the lids of barrels and boxes and trying to prepare for what's coming, but there's still a little time.
All right, in that case, Ava will try to grab one of the lids for a barrel to use as a makeshift shield. And
right. Peach, Araya, what are the two of you doing?
Please remind me what Ez has advised us to do. We saw him forming a shield wall using barrel lids with our others flanking him properly, and he has backup. How does it all?
He said something, but everyone's screaming now. It's hard to remember. You see some of the dock workers. You see some of the dock workers grabbing the lids of barrels, and they're kind of forming a line, but there's way too many people. It's too broad of an area. A handful of dock workers can't protect everyone. You see, just for convenience sake, because we're not here, Kabeth and Seifrid are trying to round up bunnies and centaurs.
Wait, Kabeth
sorry, not Kabeth. Kabeth's not here. Sorry. Seifrid and Salinger. Nope, Salinger's with them too. Oh gosh. Just Seifert alone, just trying to round up everybody. Just by herself, running in circles, grabbing bunnies, grabbing centaurs, trying to get them towards the lighthouse. But everyone's all separated and split up.
All right, but I'm close to Araya enough to speak to her.
Yes.
Peach has a broom in hand, I think, and she looks over to Araya. She goes, "What are we supposed to do? There's not enough room in the lighthouse for everybody to get there. We need to get the ships. Ships is the dock down that way. We can get out by sea, maybe."
Looking towards the harbor, there are no ships in the harbor.
Cool. Terrible idea.
The one that was supposed to arrive, only debris was found on the beach.
Not the cheese cargo.
We're gonna die right now because we don't know what to do.
With the assuming if she finds any piece of wood that can act as a makeshift shield, Ava does exactly what I said, and for any person who's been hit, she starts running through the crowd towards the person who is shot.
Okay, sounds good. So Ava has a barrel top in hand and is running the opposite direction as people are fleeing toward the lighthouse. Ava's running towards people who are being attacked. It'll take you a moment to get there. Peach, Araya, give me a solid idea of what you guys are doing.
I'm not about to let Esmond and the rest of them protect us. He asked me to go back inside. No, heck no. I'm gonna start helping people up from and through the. I'll start barricading stuff and with a broom in hand. I am not leaving my friends out there. No.
Okay, so broom in hand. What are you trying to barricade? Most people are outside in the rain. Very few. Not everyone could fit inside the lighthouse or the lighthouse attendants manor, whatever it is. Lots of people are just outside in the rain, building lean-tos and tents and things like that.
All right. In that case, I think Peach would sort of see the scattering and say, "Everybody, get to the edge. All right. We need to keep the water at our backs. Maybe they won't be able to get all around us. We need to keep one lane. If we can keep them in a bottleneck or something, or corral all of us all together. Then maybe we can have a chance of fighting them down one by one.
Okay. Yeah.
Otherwise, we can't run further."
As you say that, Peach, there are basically we'll say three opportunities for bottlenecks in this area. One of them is the entrance into the manor house. The second one is the entrance into the lighthouse. And the third one we'll say is this narrow stairway that goes up the lighthouse itself. Those are your three opportunities where you could bottleneck people or something like that. And you see Ava's taken off on a run heading forward towards the puddings.
And Ez has gone to form a shield wall. Do I see anybody else around? Where's Casey?
You don't see Casey. You haven't seen him since yesterday.
Oh, that's right.
You glance over and you see Seifred gathering up as many people as she can find and trying to get them to safety. It looks like, I'm just for convenience sake, say she's trying to get people into the lighthouse. She's trying to round up bunnies and centaurs. Not centaurs.
I, Kate, am just having a hard time physically visualizing what this all looks like and where we can get the people to move to and where we can't. I don't want to mess up the game for everyone because I can't picture it right.
Well, you have basically three locations and then forward, right? So you have a house. You have basically two locations. There's a manor house. There's the lighthouse. There's just the general outside. And then there's forward towards all the puddings and the people who are fleeing. That's the only thing you need to really worry about.
All right, she would, gosh, I don't know. I don't know how smart Peach even is. God. I wish Ez hadn't disappeared. Maybe we can lure him away. Araya, do you want to try and lead these things off? Bring him to the manor house? Maybe away from the other people? Come on. Let's throw some shit at the puddings. Let's try and pull them toward us.
Well, yeah. Okay, yes, but I'm pretty sure that the people that are running in terror from them are the most attractive thing to them right now. The best we can do is just help those people running and swat the shit out of these little
Let's
buggers.
do that.
Let's swat the shit
Let's do
out.
that. Let's do that then.
My broom! It's a really good broom! Let's sweep them.
Peach also has a decent pair of shears now.
Oh shit, that's right. I have
In
snags.
terms of general positioning, are the two of you staying with Esmond and all of the dock workers, or are you running forward after Ava?
I'm running. Fuck.
I am going to use the shield wall as my. But no, I would.
Yeah,
I would hide behind the big burly things with my broom and poke out as needed.
I'd go along, but with the specific goal of trying to find Ez and ask him.
Ez is there. He's there. He's directing. He's trying to get the dock workers with their barrel lids to form a line.
Peach would assist with that. She can order people to do stuff. So she'll grab a barrel lid herself and just lieutenant to Ez. And just say, we need to get everybody to safety as quick as we can. Anybody who's able-bodied enough needs to grab a shield. We need to form a wall and protect these people.
All right, sounds good. Ava, as you're running forward, you're about, we'll say, half. You're about to meet Lowry and the leading people running up the hill. You're about halfway to meeting them. You can see through the crowd as people are running. The person who got hit by the blue pudding was on the ground convulsing, and they burst, and 3 blue puddings sort of pop out of them. You see another person, flames are beginning to luminously climb up their back, and they're screaming and beginning to flail around. You see more red puddings and flashes of blue coming up the hill. Another person gets hit by a blue pudding in the back, and you're only halfway there. You can see Lowry, eyes wide, struggling up the hill. He's got... he's a wounded person. Looks like maybe they've got a broken leg. You would guess at this distance. They've got their arm around him. He's trying to haul them forward.
Does she, in this moment, estimate that she has, seeing how quickly it goes from a person who's hit to a person who explodes? Does she think that there's enough time that she can get to the person who is the person who was shot with blue and still alive in time to try to help them?
No chance. But there might be other people who need your help by the time you do get there. It's hard to exactly know. The people most in the back, the people who are the slowest, you see them basically getting leapt upon by a variety of different puddings.
Okay. She heads towards the back.
The back of the people fleeing, or back towards your friends?
Back towards the back where people are fleeing, and she's going to stay in that area, and if someone falls around her, she's going to try to help whoever gets hit.
Okay, yeah. You see, as you begin to approach Lowry, there's an urgent look on his face. He just gestures at you. Oh, go! They're chasing us, go! Just as you run, presumably past him. A look of confusion on his face as he half spins around to follow you with his eyes for a moment before stumbling backwards and hauling the wounded person up the hill. At this point, Esmond and the other dock workers have formed a short wall of about 5 people standing shoulder to shoulder with box lids and barrel lids. Peach, you can be maybe on one of the ends. Array is just behind the wall with her broomstick in hand. You see more flashes of blue down the hill, curls of fire.
Peach would kind of glance at Araya and Ez and the others there. It's enough to do anything. What else should we do? This is not going to work. She's starting to speak over herself and speak quickly and take in kind of like deep sweeping breaths. Like she is there standing firmly, but also flatly telling her friends she does not know what to do.
We have to help if we can. I think we have to help people run, honest. There's too many.
Yeah, run where though? When there's no safe place.
The forest, the caves that we were in before, that just...
I don't know what's in like running distance.
Yeah. From where you are right now,
scatter.
That's what's killing me. Isn't it?
Yeah, from where you are right now, there's really only two actual directions to go. One is down the hill towards what is happening. The other one is kind of down like the steeper kind of rocks, which are harder to maneuver, especially for the elderly. That kind of would head back into the east, to like back towards Shalati's ranch and stuff like that. Or you could go like into the lighthouse or into the farmhouse, but that's all crowded with people trying to get inside at this point.
What do the other people in the barricade want to do?
In fact, just because I think it might be, I assume it might be a while till they get here. You see, Seifrid is trying to, what's the word? She's like ushering the young bunnies and satyrs and things like that towards the east, getting away from the crowding that's going around in the manor house and the lighthouse. There's not even enough people for them to get. There's not enough room for them to get inside.
All right, so we are seeing Seifrid evacuating folks up toward the farm area. That would be
east.
Okay. Yes, heading east. Ray, do you think we should? Let's go down the hill. Let's at least see what we're dealing with closer, and then if we can form a barrier down there, maybe folks can climb up the hill easier. We can help them with that all. Help the old folks get up. I at least want to see what's coming.
We can kind of see what's coming. It's like, how many slimes?
Chris
did you
has
say?
two directions.
More
I don't.
I guess there's uphill and there's downhill, and the slimes are coming from downhill, and there's quite a few. And they're like legit wrecking people.
Downhill
right,
is towards the puddings. Uphill is towards the lighthouse. East is like down like a hill and some rocks that kind of just goes back towards the fields and stuff like that.
And most of the people are scattered around or kind of like uphill toward the lighthouse. And that's the cottage area. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's been like, 15 seconds-ish, right? So people are still getting their bearings. Some people were asleep. Some people were in the midst of trying to build shelters from the rain, which is coming down now.
Shalati shows up and helps us with the scene.
Shalati's very far away. Okay, Ava, you're sort of in the middle of the crowd at this point. You've ran past like half of the people who are fleeing up the hill. The closest person to you that needs help, they're flailing around, fires beginning to lick up their back. You can see as they spin around, one of the red puddings is stuck to them like glue, and flames are licking up across their clothing. The rain's coming down, but it's not enough to put out the fire.
Okay. I forgot that there were fire puddings as well as electric puddings. So give me just 1 second.
There's also red puddings hopping around.
Oh, they're all kind of coming this direction.
A menagerie. But
Wonderful.
No sign of the blue.
Hit them with one of the other ones and make a whole family.
That's right. No sign of the blue laurel, though.
Oh no. Okay. Yeah, she reaches inside of her bag as she's doing it and stuffs her hand inside of those concoction of different herbs, the ones that, when crushed together, form a bit of a balm. And she tries to, the person who's flailing around, she makes an effort to try to get the thing off of his back, and realizes as he's flailing around that it's really, really hard. It's probably not going to be able to. She's going to try to mentally throw the thing that is leeching itself onto his back off. Something that she's vaguely worked on, but only in the simplest of circumstances of something lifting pencils and holding small objects. She's never really tried to do anything like this before, but in this fit of desperation, she sort of mentally goes inside and almost imagines her hand reaching out and trying to rip this creature off of his back.
All right, yeah. At this point, almost soaked in rainwater as it's coming down, there's a flash of lightning across the clouds behind the lighthouse. Flames and smoke curling up from this person as their clothes are burning. You reach out with your mind. Give a roll for how mentally focused Ava is right now. It's
Not
2 on the die. Are you inspired?
I am. Do I want to be? Sure.
Oh,
There we go.
Geez.
The twos continue.
The two
Twos
continues.
and twos and twos. Yeah, you begin to focus in, and then one of the other people fleeing just slams into you, spinning you around, almost knocking you down. And they're knocked to the ground. They scramble and start running. You see another person farther down the hill, another blue pudding, kind of hits them in the back, and they begin convulsing with surges of electricity as they fall to the ground, screaming. The person who's on fire continues to try to make their way towards the lighthouse. You can see the flames growing up along the back of their clothing.
Does she think she can get to the person who is electrocuted?
Maybe if you made it, if it's right on the edge. You've kind of gotten an estimate for how long it takes for this process to happen now. You'd be getting there at just the last moment.
She picks herself up off the dirt, scrambling, and tries to run towards him.
All right, give me a roll for how fast Ava can sprint. 10 on the die. Anything to add to that? Plus a 2 for a 12. That's enough. You come skidding into place over this person. You know you just have a second, maybe 2 left.
She repeats the same process, the one she knew that she works, putting the forks of the 2 various metal rods in their hands, and quickly begins etching out as rapidly as she can, trying to mentally just telling herself that she's done this before, and just trying to focus.
All right, give him a roll. That's a 12 on the die. Anything to add to that? A 4. That's for a 16. Yep, you've done it once before, and just as you did then, you arrange the rods. There's a spark of electricity between them, and then a burst upward into the air. The person sort of convulses there on the floor, and then you see a blue pudding appear up in the air, like 10 feet above, and just goes kind of flopping through the air and smacks into the ground. But on either side of you, you see more blue puddings darting past you towards the people fleeing. And you see the flash of a red pudding just kind of as the crowd of people are running past you. Different puddings are darting after them and bouncing after them, leaping.
Looking down and knowing there's nothing else she can do for the person who fell, she gets up and begins running back after the crowd.
All right. At this point, that person's still kind of on the ground. They're sort of kind of woozy. It looks they're beginning to by the function of not moving. They're falling towards the back of the crowd at this point, and so are you.
Oh yeah, so I guess if they're conscious, I didn't realize. Then she's going to try to help them run towards with the other crowd. She's going to try to help them along.
All right, yeah. So you manage to get an arm under this person and help them up and begin to haul them back towards the lighthouse, I assume?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, you see kind of nearby a couple of the blue puddings had kind of been on the ground getting their bearings. They start to flicker and then they start hopping after the crowd as well. Up ahead of you, in front of you, on the way back to the lighthouse, you see someone get hit by a blue pudding. You see a red pudding leap onto someone, stick on their shoulder. Araya and Peach. Lowry's about to reach the line, and you can see a couple of people in puddings, maybe just 15 feet behind him. People are screaming, running for their lives at this point. And you see
I
other
am
people.
going to attack the puddings.
People behind you, beginning to scatter. People are trying to get in the lighthouse, try to get in the manor house. Some people are stumbling down the hill that goes into the east. You can see down the hill, you see Ava with one of the townspeople, their arm over her shoulder.
Fuck, I'm gonna help Ava. Peach sees that, she would immediately just leave, drop the shield, and go, Doc! Start kind of tumbling down the hill, skirts and knees and elbows.
Okay, so you drop your
Drop the shield, but I still got my broom.
okay, broom in
Drop my
hand.
bucket shield.
All right, start making break for it. Esmond shouts out, "Hold there! Hold the line!" Araya, and you're preparing for puddings.
Yes, and the shield that Peach is left behind, I'm gonna hand it to Lowry while helping take the injured person that he was carrying off his hands.
Okay, yeah. Well, so you move forward, you meet Lowry just at the line-ish.
Trade him shield for person, and I'll take that person back and then join the line again.
Okay, yeah. As you move forward, he seems to understand what you're doing, and he kind of ducks his shoulder and kind of deposits them onto you. He takes the shield from you, gives you a nod, and spins around. Just as he does, you see a blue pudding flash towards him. It hits the wooden shield, and kind of there's a flash and a curl of smoke, and the pudding bounces off of the wooden barrel lid, and kind of flops through the air, hits the ground, and kind of wiggles on the ground for a moment. And Lowry, eyes wide, kind of looks shocked.
Step on it!
You're not shocked. Yeah, he doesn't seem to be doing anything, but you see it there, wriggling.
I got a kid in my hand.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, I can't. Sorry. I'll be like, step on it! Step on it!
Yeah. I think we see Esmond dives for it. He gives it a good smash with his wooden barrel lid. He kind of puts it over it and kind of just trying to smash it into the ground. He's struggling with that, but just behind him you see another red pudding leaping toward all of you. Let's see. Yeah, Peach, you're sprinting down the hill towards Ava at this point, broomstick in hand. You see there's a moment where you realize one of the red puddings is hopped again, and now it's hopping through the air towards one of the fleeing survivors just on your right. There's an opportunity potentially for you to intervene, but you might pull the pudding's attention if you do.
Would it delay me getting to Ava at all?
Yes.
Like, is this...
Well, if you stopped to deal with the pudding, it would. If you just took a swipe at it, maybe not.
She's just... Yeah, Peach just wants to take a swipe at it on the way. I try to knock it out of the air, but she's not going to stop running.
All right. As it leaps through the air, give a roll. That's a 6 on the die. Are you inspired?
No, I don't think I am. I think I used it last time.
All right, yeah, you give a swing with the broom, but you swing too early, and the pudding leaps through the air and sticks onto the back of this person. You hear them scream. Flames start to lick up across their clothing.
Peach keeps running. She runs toward Ava and the person that Ava's supporting, and she's gonna yell, Doc, we need you up here. We need you fast. You need to get up here before other people. You need to stop playing the freaking hero. You need to get up this hill.
As soon as Peach grabs on and starts helping the other person, Doc just nods and then begins sprinting up the hill towards the next injured person further up the hill.
Are you still supporting the person who you're helping before?
No, Peach. If Peach takes over and is helping him,
she's not there yet.
No,
she's
I'm
not.
just yelling at you while I'm running at you. I'm telling you to drop the person bolt. Peach,
person
Peach.
the person you would be dropping is one of the millers.
Look, Ava, there's lots of people here. You're the only one who's got any kind of skills. You need to move faster. We need to get you up this hill and out. Let's go. Me and S can stay here and fight off the puddings. You need to move.
She looks to the person she's supporting and looks ahead at some of the other people who are injured. She looks to him and says, she reaches inside her bag. Once again, pulls out a small bit of that white powder that she had used earlier.
It's clinging to your hands. The rainwater's gotten to it. It's destroyed.
Never mind. She just then looks at the guy, the person, the miller, and says, keep running, keep your head down, and just keep moving forward. And to see, and if she lets him go, and if assuming he doesn't just collapse and can continue making it, even if it's slow, she's going to start running up the hill towards the rest of the crowd.
Yeah, she does immediately fall to her knees, but she's still crawling forward, trying to get back up to her feet. Slow moving, but she's at least moving.
All right. Yeah, Doc starts running up the hill towards the area where Peach is and looking for other injured people.
All right. Ava takes off at a sprint, leaving the miller behind. You see Ava pick up speed on the way towards you, Peach.
Let's go, 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 go. You need to get up and over. Try to go, Son of the Bunnies and Cyphered, we're going down that rocky path. Seems like that's the only safe-ish place. Everything else is just get out here. She kind of like gesture for Ava to run past and continue on with the crowd.
Okay, yeah, we'll say at that point, Ava, you reach where Peach is, about maybe 15 feet down the hill from where you two are right now. You hear a scream, and you see one of the farmers has gone to the ground. There's a gray pudding kind of working its way up along their face, and they're trying to claw it off, but it's starting to get in their nostrils.
Oh my god.
Look, Ava, we can't be heroes. We can't be heroes anymore. Okay, these puddings, they killed my mom. They killed half the town. We need to run now. There's no fighting these things. Peach is now trying to convince Ava to actively bolt. She's team retreat.
The two of you looking up the hill, you can see that the bulk of the survivors are passing the wall now, and there's flashes of color as puddings are diving into the crowd of people. Also, some of them being stopped as they hit the wall of box lids and barrel lids. You see another blue pudding hit the wooden box lid that one of the dock workers is holding, and it bounces off. And you see Esmond trying to stomp on it. Another one flies through the air, a red one sticking to the wooden shield of one of the dock workers, and the shield starts to just go up in flames, and you see panic on his face as he's swinging it around trying to get rid of it, but it's just sticking to him.
Ava can't think fast enough. She doesn't know what to do for the person with the pudding on its face, and still looking his direction and watching him struggle, she continues.
If it's all right with you, Patrick, can Peach physically grab Ava and pull her like Saving Private Ryan style and get her the fuck out?
Yeah, that's probably happening. She's going with you. She's still headed that direction. The direction you want her to go. She's just looking around at the others somewhat. You can helplessly, and you can tell that she wants to go that other direction.
Peach is just trying to keep blinders on Doc and get her to where she knows the majority of the people are.
Right. Yeah, so Peach, as you're hauling Doc forward, Doc doesn't see this. She isn't looking the right way, but you see it kind of over her shoulder. The person who Doc had just saved moments ago, who's crawling their way forward, a red pudding sticks onto their shoulder, and you kind of hear and see them start to scream as flames start to lick up their clothing.
Let's go fast. Faster, Ava. Come on, human feet. We can go faster than this. Let's go.
Yeah, she's not saying anything. She's just breathing really heavily, and her eyes are really wide.
Yeah, the two of them start to run. Araya, further up the hill, around you, the shield wall starting to collapse. the dock workers have sort of broken off to stomp on puddings and try to get rid of the ones that are on fire on the wooden shields. You see one blue pudding darting back and forth. And it's making a leap for Lowry, who's got his back turned.
I'm going to jump out to intercept, broom in hand, and like swat.
All right, give it a roll. Oh,
Oh no!
you're inspired. That's a natural one.
This game is so cursed. Chris, just party wipe us.
Shoot. I think I have inspo.
Do you have one left?
I think we should have all gotten one for being here perfectly on time.
Oh, that's a good point. Everyone gains an inspiration.
After I use this one? So then I get, like, who's it?
Hey, ask afterwards, and I'm teacher's pet. You get it.
I like, rules lawyering,
That's-
I rolled...
What?
Well, it didn't do a lot. I got a 10.
Okay. If you want to use it, we'll let you use it here.
Yeah. I just am trying to think if I get a re-up. Honestly, I think the one would be hard to leave standing. I think that would get me in far more trouble than failing to.
Okay. So that's an 8 plus a 2. Yeah.
Which is not great.
Well, you swing the broom through the air, and it collides with the pudding. You see it kind of get redirected off, and it's going to spin through the air, flops on the ground nearby, and you see it already starting to wriggle, kind of reorient itself.
Can I step on it? Am I fast enough to just be like, motherfucker?
You can try, but it would take another roll.
I'm gonna step on it.
All right, dashing forward. Oof. It's 8 on the die.
Oh, sorry. I hit enter again, and it auto rolled a thing. So sorry. That was weird.
So 8 on the die, plus 4 for 12. Yeah, you stomp forward, but the pudding, it's just rolling down the hill now. It's kind of tumbling.
I'm not chasing it.
Katamari
I'll be like, Lowry, shields up. That they really help with the blue ones.
All right, yeah, he spins around. Do you want to go after the pudding, or do you want to move back behind the dock workers?
Can I use my broom to sweep any of the sticky flaming puddings? Or how much rain is there raining?
There's
Are there
rain
puddles
coming down,
anywhere?
but it's not enough to put out the flames from the red puddings.
Can I yell at them to like just shove the shield into the ground and like smother the pudding? Like you'd smother flame?
Give her
Or
a
is that
roll.
what they're already doing?
Well, they're trying all kinds of things. Give her a roll for trying to organize these men in the midst of all this chaos. It's a 13 on the die.
I'm trying to think if I'd be good at that, and it's like comforting words, yes. Commanding words? I don't think I deserve a D4.
All right. Well, I think you see one of the dock workers. Eyes go wide. And he shoves the barrel lid on the ground, starts to smother the red pudding. Another one, his shield is in flames, and he just lets go of it and throws it off to the side. And it starts rolling down the hill. You see one of the dock workers turns and starts to run towards the lighthouse.
I'm gonna step back in the line and try to find maybe like a lean, like any sort of piece of wood to like prop up to make sure that we keep a barricade up to protect everybody behind us.
Yeah, it's not so much a barricade at this point. You're just sort of in front of the other people who are fleeing, so you get the first attention. But at this point, Peach and Ava come up the hill, and they've reached where you are. At this point, there are puddings sort of attacking the dock workers who have the wooden barrel lids, but there's also puddings who have gotten past all of you. And they're starting to dive into just the crowd of survivors.
Oh my god. Not great.
But Peach and Ava have reached Araya.
I can make my voice annoyingly loud because tiefling, but I'm not sure if that's gonna help.
I'll try anything.
Ava looks for one of the closest ones that happens to be on the ground, I guess, that's fighting with one of the dock workers, and she just runs at it. And she's starting to, like, still eyes are kind of wide and crying and starts sort of screaming, and she's trying to smash it with the lid, the thing that she was going to use as a shield. She just starts swatting at it on the ground.
All right. Are we talking? There's a couple of things going on. Are you picking one of the red puddings that's sticking to somebody's shield?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So give a roll. Oh, natural 20.
Yeah!
Yeah, you smash one of these red puddings as it hops through the air towards one of the survivors, and there's just a burst, like a pop of flame, like flash paper, and just little embers go flying off just into the rain. Kill one of them.
Yeah, she's still screaming and turns towards whichever one is next to that after that, still screaming and still trying to smack at things. She's not in a heroic way, or it's clear she's just very terrified and panicky.
Yeah, Peach, Ava's pulled away and has gone in this crying frenzy. She's swinging the wooden lid around, smashes the pudding out of the air, and she's going after another one now.
Peach would not be taking this long. Peach would have had a reaction sooner. I need to decide what that would be, though. Sorry, just a minute. Yeah, Peach would still kind of... Oh, gosh, I don't know. She would start to brainstorm out loud. Araya, Ava, should we go to the manor house? We can... At least we'll get somebody inside. Let's... What is the closest building? Peach is gonna start dragging her friends toward the closest building.
Okay. Yeah, so from where you are, we'll just say it's equidistant. The manor house and the lighthouse are both uphill. They are both crowded with survivors trying to get inside. You see people funneling at the door, bumping into each other, trying to get inside.
Okay.
You can see some people are fleeing off into the east. There are still a couple of stragglers making their way up the hill. You see another person get hit by a blue pudding, and they go down convulsing about 50 feet from you. At this point, you can see flashes of blue and red kind of all around. It's in the crowd. They've made it past the defending dock workers.
Yeah, Peach would kind of see all this happening, these flashes of blue and red, and she, still having like grabbing Ava's shoulder again, trying to pull her off of whoever or whatever battle she's trying to fight, and she kind of pulls Ava toward her and says, "We gotta get out of here. We us, you and me and Araya, we are gonna die. We need to get the hell out of here. Like, we go where Cypher went, where all the little bunnies went. We need to get ourselves out. I don't think we can save anybody anymore. Let's get out."
As you would probably be able to observe this if you could see it. Peach would observe that words aren't having much of an effect on Ava, but physically moving her around and pulling her in different directions, she seems more malleable.
Yeah, Peach is kind of pulling her along now toward the path where she saw Cypher go with the little bunnies.
So you guys start stumbling towards the east.
For flavor, the second pudding that she was going to sort of attack, I'm going to say that she kind of starts to swing the shield out, and Peach pulls her back a little bit. She misses, and she sort of kicks in its direction as Peach keeps pulling her, and she just ends up being pulled along with whatever direction Peach is pulling her along in.
Peach just kind of almost like humming to herself now, just like some stupid little working song, and she's almost chanting, and just under her breath, "Okay, I can get her safe and keep her safe, and I can maybe keep Araya safe. I can keep..." And so she's saying this under her breath, but in a sing-song way that would remind Ava of Miranda in the way she would stressfully do similar things.
All right. Okay. So yeah, Peach hauling Ava along. They start to flee their way into the east towards the uneven ground that goes down the hill. It's tough terrain, but the two of you are young enough to make it. Araya, you glance over and you see Esmond stomping down on one of the blue puddings that's sort of righting itself on the ground after bursting out of one of the dock workers. You see a red pudding leap up towards his back, and then out of just nowhere, Gwyn swings her broom into the pudding, and it sticks to the end of her broom and starts to put it up in flames. She's swinging it around before she throws it off to the side. She looks at you with wide eyes. You guys are being starting to be overrun.
Gwyn, head down the hill, take anyone you can out and away from here, and we will meet you at the temple. I've got Esmond, and she's gonna go and back to back. So if there's any puddings within my nearest vicinity, or well, preferably blue ones, fuck them up.
All right, Esmond, you just stomped on a blue pudding, and Araya backs into you, kind of physically backing into you. The shield wall of dock workers and barrel lids held off the puddings for a little while, but they've made it past all of you. They've been diving into the crowd of survivors. People are screaming and running. The area that you're in is being overrun. People are trying to crowd themselves into the lighthouse and the manor house, but at this point, puddings are beginning to leap into the funnel of people that are trying to get into the lighthouse and the house itself. You can see Seifred has led as many of the young bunnies as she could find and satyrs down the rocky hill to the east, which heads back towards the farms and stuff like that. And you can see Ava and Peach have just abandoned the fight as well, and they're trying to move off into the east. That you were very easily able to calculate, unless something drastic changes. Your position is untenable.
Oh shit. Esmond dies. Sorry.
He never got to get a dance.
Esmond's gonna hold the makeshift shield that he has in his right hand, and with his left hand, he's just going to constantly be casting Shocking Grasp, just as a last ditch defense if he needs to use it against any puddings that jump up at him. Jess, would you please remind me what you just said to Gwen?
Take anyone she could, head down the hill towards the fields, and we'll find a way to regroup up at the temple. Yeah.
Chris, where is Gwen?
She's kind of still right there with you guys.
Yeah, she's right there.
Mom, we all have to get out of here. We can't hold this position for long. We're gonna have to run.
There are tears kind of wet on her face, mixed in with the rain. She goes, come on, Es, come on.
Try and hook arms with Aran to try and try to pull her along so that Array will start moving in that same direction, and then I guess we will. Esmond's going to start running downhill as well. trying to follow his mom.
All right, yeah. You've just started to reposition. You've got one arm linked around a Rez. Just out of the corner of your eye, you see a flash of blue, and a blue pudding streaks right towards Edsmund's chest. Casey, Kabeth, Shalati, over in the south. There's a crawl of lightning through the clouds above Shepherd's End. You can now begin to see the flames in the town. Smoke curling against the rain that's coming down. And the rain not enough to put out the fire. You've just reached the edge of the southern fields, where it breaks out from the tree line. Yev is there too. It's just, down, it's in flames.
Yep, wasn't conscious. He had passed out last time.
It's talking in his sleep. Are you guys... Well, Casey takes it the mantle. Are you guys seeing this? Can't be good. Are you able to run? He looks over at Shalati.
Shalati giggles weirdly. Is this the first time already? Let's run to it. And she takes off. She, I think, was leaning on Casey's shoulder, and her skin has gotten really, well, I guess it's raining, so it doesn't really make a difference, but it's gotten kind of cool and clammy. Her eyes are a little bit glassy, and as she takes off toward the town.
For convenience sakes, Salinger is holding unconscious Yev.
Yeah.
Helping, I guess.
Yeah, Casey looks back at them and says if he wakes up, come as quick as possible.
Just as the two of you just as you begin to move after Shalati, you hear a train whistle behind you. It's
How far are we from town?
It's 6 hours, 7 hours early. You're still probably you're probably half an hour from reaching town, short if you ran. But at a run, you're still probably 15 minutes or so away. But you hear a train whistle.
Casey
to the south behind you.
Yeah, Casey looks back at the whistle, and his eyes focus down on Yev, and he furrows his brow and runs back and goes around behind unconscious Yev, pulls the backpack off of him, throws it over his shoulder, and runs back to Shalati and says, "Train will get us there faster." And gets close to the tracks and starts running alongside the tracks.
She comes to a stop. She's sort of just been trotting along, not going at a full tilt toward the town. And she hears the whistle, spins around, looks at it, puzzled into the distance, her pupils dilating in the darkness as they try to spot whatever is down further on the track, although it's probably too far to actually see. And says, "Is it that time already? Oh, I'm really looking forward to some biscuits and tea that are supposed to come in."
It's early. Try to focus.
Then we should hurry and meet it. And she starts to run along the tracks.
You guys begin to move down the tracks and back the way you came.
No.
Approaching train.
Towards the town.
Towards the town. Okay.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, on the train, Verdict, Cathedron loads around into his rifle, cocks it, looks back into the rear car, then moves forward up to Conductor Otto. He puts a gauntleted hand kind of near the front panel. It says, "We've got to make better time. There's a chance there's a ship still left in port. We've got to get these people out. Shepherd's End's our last chance." Conductor Otto says, "The train can't go much faster than this. We're pushing it to the limit. Hold on. We'll make our way there. The two of you on the tracks, you begin to see the headlamps of the train coming along the forest edge. You start to hear the working of the gears, the intricate and overwhelming, complex working of the clockwork that keeps the whole thing moving. There's another pull of the whistle. You can start to feel the slight rumbling in the train tracks themselves as the train begins to approach. It's
as soon as Casey sees the light of the train coming their way, he starts still running. He starts saying under his breath the abyssal word that Shalati's heard him say a bunch of times, focus. And then throws up a fireball into the air as they keep on running, and then a few feet later, focus, throws it up into the air, keeps on running down the tracks.
Yeah. Within the engine car of the train, there's a narrowing of the verdict's eyes as he sees two flares of light. What's that? Shalati and Casey running along the tracks, moving in the same directions of the train. You are feeling the train tracks rumbling now, as you felt before, as the train gets really close. And then you hear a metallic twisting clang, and you see a spark from one of the front wheels of the train engine as it strikes the portion of the railroad track that was weakened by the dynamite. There's a listing of the train's engine, and then a twist and a whine and a scrape, and sparks start flying. You see that it's first one of the back compartments that goes off the tracks, and then there's a twist, and then it's the front, and you see the train car goes off the tracks, off to the side, begins to tumble. Rear compartments flying, smashing through trees, splintering them all directions. The front compartment flips over itself, and one of the middle compartments, there's an explosion that illuminates the forest for just a moment, like the daytime. Fire begins to spread out through the trees as debris starts flying around, and train cars start tumbling end over end, debris rolling towards each of you. Salinger and Yev dive for the edge of the train tracks into the forest.
The unexpected screeching sound and the sight of the train doing what none of them have ever seen happen, and certainly Shalati would not have dreamed would happen from the derailment, literally snaps her out of whatever state she seems to have gone into. She stands there, watches this happen, and says, "Ah, fuck," before she dives to the side to try and get out of the way from the flying debris. Is there a place to shelter under, or like a rock that she can duck behind?
You could dive for some rocks or a ditch. There's all kinds of stuff around.
Yeah, Casey would go the same direction as Shalati.
Alright, the two of you go diving for cover as debris and flaming wreckage just goes flying across you like an oncoming sandstorm. Let me have you each roll like whatever test you want to do, of dexterity or avoidance.
Sounds like parkour to me.
Can I perceive a safe place?
Yeah, I'll let you roll for like doing a quick calculation of the best place to hide.
Okay, great. Oh no, it was terrible.
Oh my gosh. The 2 ones.
I mean, the second one was a 1d4, but... Or 1d6, but yeah.
You did get an inspiration.
You should probably use it.
This is just for looking.
No, this is where we're diving.
This is your test for like... I just let you do perception as your method.
Oh, I see. Okay, this is not 2 rolls. It's just the 1 roll, right?
We dive into the train.
Quick, the fastest way is through!
We can still get on the
Shalati
train.
was a cool character for those first couple seasons.
Have to dodge roll into the attack.
Yeah, I will use my inspiration. Thank you. Does that go? That doesn't go for the 1d6, right?
No,
Not
just
that was any better, but well, it was a little better.
All right. Yeah, debris, fire, wreckage, twisted metal go flying across both Shalati and Casey, Yev, and Salinger, and presumably Kabeth, having dove for cover. Back up at the lighthouse, there is a flash from the south, curl of fire and smoke. We're gonna say, there was a part we left off on. Araya, you see as a blue pudding strikes. Well, no, not necessarily. Yeah, Casey, or not Casey, Esmond. There's a blue pudding streaking straight for your chest. You barely catch it out of the corner of your eye just in time. What do you want to do?
If it's coming from his side, he's going to whip his hand around with shocking grasp and just try to bat it away.
All right, give it a roll. Ooh, that's pretty good. Yeah, actually, as it leaps through the air towards you, you get your hand out. There's a flash of lightning from your finger, from your hand. The pudding is stopped in the midst of the air, and there's a burst, and it goes spiraling off in a little trail of smoke and hits the ground. You evaded it. You can see the others fleeing off towards the east down the hill. You can see Cyfred's already made it to the bottom of the hill with the young bunnies, some of the satyrs.
Where are Peach and Ava currently?
Moving east down the hill. They're kind of halfway down the hill at this point.
Okay, so then it's Araya, Gwen, and I. Are there any other people trying to run down the hill with us? Any other, specifically children?
Fleeing. There's several dozen people fleeing all over the place. Just you pick out faces you best recognize. You see someone else get hit by one of the blue puddings, and then someone else get hit by one of the red puddings farther up the hill. There's screams from the people trying to make their way into the lighthouse, and you can see the people most outside are giving up and now scattering in random directions as there are pops of blue and then pudding spilling out on the ground.
Okay, let's keep moving. Let's keep moving down the hill. You guys go ahead. I'll watch your backs, all right? I'm moving with you. Let's move.
She has not unlinked her arm, and I am watching with you. We need to help more people down.
I have a plan. Let's get all of us down there right now first, though, and then we can worry about what to do next. Okay?
Do you think they're safe inside the lighthouse?
We can't worry about that right now. There's too much happening. There's too much panic. I can't. I don't know. I have to get you and my mom down the hill right now. I have to get everyone else down the hill right now. That is my goal. Let's go.
Yeah. She's gonna watch the forest for any sort of... Are both the blue and the red puddings kind of luminescent in the dark?
Yeah, they're pretty easy to pick up.
Okay, good. I'm watching.
All right. Back at the train tracks. Casey, what did you get on your roll?
I got a 13.
Okay. What did Charlotte get? 8? Yeah. Yeah, you, Casey, you start to get your bearings first. You can feel a scrape along your arm, another one across your rib, not too deep. You see a shard of metal impaled in Charlotte's shoulder.
My poor fucking shoulders.
I know.
I don't think I have a single good arm right now.
be then. He looks over at Charlotte and sees the metal sticking out of her shoulder, and there's a brief flash in his eyes of fear, but that quickly fades, and he furrows his brow and comes over to help her up.
I think she probably had passed out for a moment between the train debris coming and the shock of the diving to hide in a not very successful place.
Well, neither of you are sure how long it's been. There's flaming wreckage around you.
And given that she now has both a broken wrist, and is it the same shoulder that she got bitten on, or is it the other one?
Roll a d20. High or low.
I'm trying to figure out which window I put it in.
You gotta call high or low before you rolled.
Yeah. High. No, low. Because everything's been fucking low. I'm gonna say low.
If it's low, it's the same shoulder. Okay, you got it. Same shoulder.
Okay.
Okay, I wasn't sure if that's better or worse, though. Really?
That's better.
Okay.
She definitely passed out then from the shock of the spike going through the already wounded shoulder. And she groggily blinks and stirs a little bit as Casey comes up, tries to sit up, and then and then exclaims, like, doesn't have the energy to do anything other than a half moon again as she puts the other hand down, which is the broken wrist, and says, "What the fuck is going on?"
I don't know who the fuck was driving that train, but they're an idiot. Stand up. We gotta keep moving.
She rolls over with some difficulty on her slightly better side and looks down at the spike in her shoulder. And looking at it, elects to leave it in there to plug up whatever is already there, and starts to shake her head groggily. But what happened to Salinger and Yev and Kibeth? Where are they?
Come on, we'll find them. Yev! Sal! He starts yelling out for them.
Kibeth, you hear the sound of Casey shouting somewhere nearby. You're kind of groggy. There was a loud noise as the train smashed through, and you heard the splintering of wood. Salinger and Yev are lying in the bushes next to you. Salinger seems like he's been hit pretty hard by some of the debris.
Oh god, oh god, oh god! She's like picking, if there's debris on him, she's cleaning it off and like going, Are you okay? Oh god, I don't have any medical training. Oh.
Kibeth?
You hear Kibeth, yeah.
Is that you? Kibeth!
Follow the sound of freaking out.
But yeah, I don't think she responds. She's just like repeating, going, "Oh god, okay, they're gonna be fine.
Yeah, Casey will help Shalati up and move towards Kibeth.
That sounds like her. And since she didn't say anything else, she continues to call, Yavetzek, Imet, Salinger. I forget his last name, but she definitely called that out too.
I think if she hears
Morale.
their names, she'll be, we're over here!
Hold tight, we're coming over.
Hold tight, it's not like I can move them. I'm just sitting here and clean the debris off. Like, how am I supposed to do this all by myself? I don't really know.
The surrounding area is illuminated by the flames that are curling in the trees. You find, Salinger, Yev, and scattered things they were holding lying on the ground there near Kibeth. Salinger looks like he's been hit pretty hard. Yev was already unconscious. So Salinger and Yev are both out.
Casey.
She does immediately. Oh, sorry. Go.
No, if you're doing something immediately.
She immediately goes to check their states, and once ascertaining that they're fine, just unconscious for the moment, she rocks back on her heels and is silent for a moment.
Yeah, so Casey and Shalati emerge from the smoke with flames behind them, backlighting them. They come out. Shalati goes over to check on them. It's like Casey walks over to Kabeth. Right. Are you okay?
She's just kind of stunned for a moment at that entrance. She's just looking at you like, yeah, I think I'm fine, but she points to Sal. He's not awake. I don't know. Lots of things came flying, and this is very stressful, and I don't like it, and I just want to go home.
Casey kind of looks over his shoulder at the flashes and fire coming from the town. Yeah. And then he'll go check on the other two that Shalati's checking on.
Yeah, it looks as though they are hurt, but not in immediate life-threatening danger.
We can't carry them.
I mean, maybe we could drag them, but yeah, carrying is kind of
Like from the physical. If there's some cloth around or branches or something, maybe we can pull some of the railings. Or is there anything in the train? And she looks toward the derailed cars. Actually, how far away are those cars?
They're scattered all around in the woods all around you. There's, there's certainly things there. It's just all.
Yeah, Casey looks to Shalati and immediately nods. I'll find something. It'll go into the wreckage of the train and look for a couple sheets of lighter bits of metal or something like that could potentially lay a body on and drag it.
Super easy to find. You find it almost immediately.
Yeah, here. And he kind of slings one over that way and then goes to find a second one.
Do you have, if you find any slats or poles, fabric, that might be easier. But this will do in the pinch. This is nothing but pinches.
Yeah, Casey will look around. He'll also, if he's anywhere near the engine, he'll call around for the conductor, which I know his name. One second.
It's Otto.
Otto?
You call out.
Yeah.
Your voice echo amongst the debris. You look around, and next to one sheet of metal, like what you're looking for, you do see, somehow miraculously unbroken, a jar of candy.
Yeah, I mean, he'll grab it and throw it in his pack and keep looking for... He's got to be near here. Looking at the candy and... Otto!
Shalati, hand up.
This train, is it usually just Otto? Or are there passengers and other people sometimes on it?
Yeah, no, there's passengers.
Okay. Hearing Casey start to call out for the conductor, Shalati shakes her head a little bit as if coming back to herself and says, "Of course. Kibeth, would you say here I should go and see if there's any other survivors or anything?" And
yeah. Wait, why did it crash?
I don't know. She drags herself up to her feet and starts to stumble toward the nearest car that she can find, saying, "Hello? Hello? Is anybody still there? Is anybody alive? Call out if you can hear me." And she's just gonna start searching for survivors.
Is she still in earshot?
Yeah, I don't think she's not gonna go very far. She doesn't want to get out of line of sight, basically.
Yeah, I think I'd be like, call me if you get in trouble. You shouldn't be. You're hurt. You should be resting. But she's afraid to leave the other two, so she'll stay there.
In the first few minutes of searching, you definitely start to find bodies. Probably more than you think you would have expected to find on the train. There's a veritable wealth of debris all over the place. Lots of looks as though supplies. Casey and Shalati, let me have you each roll a perception check.
That was above a 9.
Above a 9. Coming back.
Searching wreckage. I'm good at that.
Okay. Shalati, you you pull back kind of a plate of metal that had been leaning, kind of blocking your way, getting into one of the cars, and as you move it, it falls over. There's another body inside, but this one catches your body on the ground, leaning against the cart. This one catches your attention because it's rare that you see something like this, though you have at least maybe once before. You see the person's wearing a suit of armor. You can tell one of the arms mangled, broken in multiple places, one of the legs as well. Big scrapes across the face. One of the eyes probably gone. You see the symbol of the kingdom on the front of the armor. You see lying on the ground nearby a great sword. You see a torn cloak off of one of the shoulders. This is a verdict.
What the fuck? She says again, since this seems to be becoming her repeated mantra tonight. What is... And she sits there stunned for a moment, and seeing the state of the body, tested. And no, I think she's probably a little bit too beyond shock to have much of a reaction to the gore. But she hesitates for some time, not yet nearly as hardened as Sav, before she gingerly starts to check to see if he has any kind of letter or a pouch or something on him to explain why a verdict was coming to Shepherd's End.
Okay. Yeah,
I'm assuming he's very clearly dead.
Well, you start to go kind of through his pouch and get closer.
I will check that first, actually, to make sure that he was actually beyond saving.
You kind of tentatively reach down and coughs up some blood.
Verdict! And then she drops her knees, and I'm just going to assume, for the sake of ease, that she actually has at least one decent-ish arm, and starts to try and press down on the worst of the wounds, but there's so many things that are wrong with him. She's like, I don't know what else to do.
It's so many things. Yeah. He groans, coughs, not really fully conscious yet, but still clinging to life.
You hear Kabet's voice from the distance. Everything okay?
There's a verdict.
What?
Bring some. I bring bandages or something.
Kabeth just starts looking around, doesn't find, and she's like, bandages. Where would I? She eyes Sal and sees. Does he have any extra layers of clothing? Does he have a fancy anything on?
This shirt he has, it's one of his favorite shirts, but there's just so much extra fabric in the sleeves.
The ruffles.
She looks at what she's wearing. She's like, I have a vest on. And she'll run off into a different bush and take off her shirt and just wear the vest. And she'll bring that. I'm not taking Sal's shirt. He'll kill me.
Yeah, so Beth, you've reached Shalati. Casey, as you're making your way, presumably there, you kind of strike something with your foot in the grass, kind of off to the side of the rail, and there's a bit of a shift in movement, and you realize you're looking down at a Verdict Squire.
Did the Verdict cough, or was that you?
That was me in real life. Sorry.
Okay. I was immersed there. Sorry.
Are you okay, Chris? Do you have any blood coming out?
Yeah, but you're looking down like a leather armor-clad, like the squire of a Verdict.
And presumably he heard Shalati yell about Verdict. Yeah. What the hell are Verdicts doing on this train? He'll check to see if he's alive or not.
Yeah, you check her pulse. Dead.
Do we know how many normally run in a batch? Is it always
It's usually 3.
teacher and student?
It's usually a Verdict and two squires.
Verdict and 2 squires, okay. Yeah, he'll checking the pulse and seeing there's nothing there. He'll kind of nod and put his hand over her eyes and just say, "Rest easy now." He doesn't loot her pockets or anything like that. But if there's like a weapon or something nearby, he might pick that up on the way away.
Yeah, you see in her on her belt, it looks like a clockwork pistol.
Yeah, he says, "Rest easy now. Your fighting's done." And he'll pull the pistol off of her belt and put it in his. And I don't know if I've experienced pistols before. Maybe with Ez.
You've seen a Verdict with one. Weapons are super rare.
Do I have any sort of knowledge about ammunition?
No, you have some idea of like the idea of it certainly, but you do see that there are 5 rounds in the belt on the squire's belt.
Yeah. If I see that and recognize what that is, he'll take those as well.
Yeah, you could just take the whole belt. Make more sense. It'd be easier.
Okay. Yeah. He pulls the belt off and kind of wraps up in his fist and keeps searching, making his way back towards where Shalati yelled from.
Okay. Yeah. And Shalati, as you're in the midst of sort of like investigating this Verdict, you see this one has heavy armor, but also lying just inside the train car nearby, you see a clockwork rifle.
I think she does not do anything with this right now, since she's currently occupied trying to hold in his blood. She makes a note of it.
Yeah, Kabeth, you've already handed your shirt off to.
Yeah. She's like, here, take it, tear it up. What can I do? How do I help?
Tear up the into strips and wind that around. Oh, he's got broken legs. Both of them. She. I mean, she's seen Ava work, and I'm sure she's dealt with, basic first aid stuff on the ranch and whatnot. So she's going to try and do her best for this guy. But
I rip off one sleeve, and you just see like a single tear roll down my face, and I'm like, this was my favorite shirt. and I hand you one sleeve, just solid, long sleeve, like here. And then she starts to rip off the other one. She kind of looks at the rest of the shirt and starts pulling it into as big a strips as she can get, and handing it to you one by one.
Verdict. Can you and I guess, yeah. I mean, she's gonna try and tend to this guy if that's what she knows how, and see if he can wake up at all. But
he was.
Can I?
Good.
Oh, I was gonna say, can I roll I guess a knowledge kind of based thing to see if I know anything to help, since I'm an avid book reader.
Roll medicine.
Well, I rolled a 6. I don't think medicine would be a 1, so I guess that would add a D4. I forget what our policy was for adding
Just if it's a thing your character is knowledgeable of, you can add a D4. If it's their best thing, you can add a D6.
Okay. Yeah, so if on my sheet it would be a +1, add a D4 to it.
It's up to you. Yeah, for right now, just if your character might be good at this, you can just roll it. I'm not too concerned.
That's a 9. I'm real bad at it.
Cool. Yeah, you've read these stories, but they didn't really go into detail about the actual what's actually inside. You remember what the people do, but they pressed on the wound, but why? Okay.
Should I roll?
Yeah, you can.
It's like trying to hold back the water of a stream. It's not really working.
Wow.
Well, it just so happens that you had maybe seen Ava do something incredibly similar on one of the wounded farm animals. And there's a place at the side of the guy's neck where there's blood streaming down, and you realize, ooh, I should stop that.
I guess she directs Kibeth to plug that up with her hand as best as she can. No place to wash hands or anything here, so you
just gotta stick a finger right in there.
And or no, actually, I think she directs her to make a pad of the gauze and to place it over the hole, and then we'll start to between the 3 hands that they have, wrap some of the other strips of the shirt around it, and add that as the most important wound that he has.
You're so good at this. Oh my god. This is much better. Yeah. I think Kabeth was tying the strips a little too low on the arm.
As you kind of press in, there's kind of a groan of pain from the verdict, and the good eye opens just a little bit. What's happened?
No, sir. The train was coming early, and it hit something on the tracks, and then fell off. We are from Shepherd's End, and it's been overrun by wobbly puddings, and we were hoping to use the train. Can you tell us why you were coming to the town?
We definitely didn't do anything to the train that would possibly. It's not our fault. I swear that it's just we have no idea what happened. We just happened to be here, and we're here to help you. I promise. Does this hurt if I push this? And she pushes on one of his wounds. Sorry.
The city's overrun. Trying to reach Shepherd's End.
What?
Beast from the west.
What kind of beast? The whole city? The capital? What about the armies in the north at the tower?
The people. Get the people to the ships. He passes out.
I don't like that. That doesn't sound good. Ugh.
Okay, so you've gotten over there if you want to be.
I found one of his squires.
alive or dead?
Shakes his head no. What is that he said about the city? The capital? Was he talking about the capital?
He just said the city. I don't know.
Here we
if
talk
he's-
about the nearest city. It's about a week,
Okay.
2 days by train.
I said the capital, but I don't know.
But he said it
He
was
just said it was
overrun.
by the beasts from the west, and that the ships here were the last hope, or something.
Well, they're shit out of luck.
So it's not
Yeah,
just
shit out of luck.
means it's not just Shepherd's End then. We have to get back there. We gotta
We
find
have
Ez.
3 conscious and wounded with us.
What strange god did we anger to deserve this?
Doesn't matter.
The temple may be the last place, if even that is safe. I don't know. But yes,
But there's
Let's
an
try and-
angry mob of dwarves there.
frankly, at the moment, I don't give a damn about the dwarves. And she says to Casey, "Did you find enough stuff to? Maybe we can add the verdict to the trouble pile.
Well,
Is it verdict halfling, please?
I mean, it's gonna be. There's only 3 of us in your arm. I don't know if we can drag 3 people. He kind of looks down at his legs and. Do you think he'll make it?
I don't know, but we have to at least try. Can't just leave him here.
The verdict looks like a Deepwood elf. Same race as Miranda.
So a little lighter than.
Can I see if I can carry him?
Alright,
So
you could just be slow.
yeah, Kabeth, we kind of scavenged some sleds to drag the unconscious people.
So we're gonna so we have Sal, and then remind me who the other person is unconscious with us. That's not the what kind of creature is Yev?
Goliath.
So both Sal and Yev her.
The 2 biggest people and strongest people in our group are both unconscious.
Oh boy.
I mean, with Lycos missing.
Can we pile the? It was an Inquisitor. Or what did you call him?
Verdict.
The verdict. I was like the person who's investigating shit. Yeah, Inquisitor.
The Baroness is slipping out. Your inner Baroness is showing you again, Allie.
No. Can we pile him on top of whichever one is smaller? Who's smaller between Yev and Sal? Are they equal?
I
you
think
mean
Sal's
bigger?
a little bigger than Yev, I think. Because Yev still... Oh,
Okay.
Sal seems to be less hurt than Yev as well.
Yeah, this is ridiculous. He walks over to Sal and kind of picks him up by a collar. Wake up! Smacks him across the face.
Blood splatters across the ground.
Don't make things worse. Oh.
Do I just hear him?
Casey!
He's just like humming classical music.
He looks like he got maybe hit with a train car.
Oh,
Okay. So we put Yev on one, and we put Sal on the other, and then we take the verdict and we put him on top of Yev, and then all 3 of us drag it together because you're hurt. And she points at Shaladi.
yeah. Casey didn't smack him so hard, but it kind of just shakes him a little bit after that. And it's like, come on, Sal, I don't want to drag you back to town. Come on, wake up.
He's not gonna wake up.
Kind of drags him over to one of the things. He's like, with Shalati's arm, I don't know how this is going to work, but we can try.
Shalati, as they leave the train, she goes to pick up the rifle that was off to the corner and looks around to see if there's anything else that is within easy access that she might that looks important or that she should take, like
Nothing-
ammunition or
no, there's a like a bandolier on him that you could definitely take
Oh, okay.
ammunition from. But you know, like there's so much stuff around, like, because a train full of supplies just crashed. But in terms of, like, I would need to know what you're looking for, because there's so much just random things.
I think specifically with this last minute thing, she knows there's not that much that they can take, so she's going to look for anything that looks like medical supplies and anything that looks like rations.
Okay. Give me a perception check, I suppose, or investigation, either one.
Hey, look at that.
What?
Yeah,
I'm really not good at doing things for myself.
Yeah, funny side note, I was totally going to have this guy die, then you roll a natural 20 for his medical thing, and I'm like, alright, I guess he's living.
And now we have to drag him back to town.
No good deed goes unpunished.
You find like a fully stocked kind of medical bag, like medical kits, like leather, kind of thing. You've seen like Turetian, like with something like this before. It's going to be filled with all kinds of little stuff.
Okay, she grabs that and tosses it onto one of the slings or one of the sleds, and then takes the rifle, takes the bandolier, and says, "This will be difficult with only one arm, but I'll have to do what I can. I can't carry the slabs with you."
Yeah, we can. We'll do this. And while Casey is saying this, he's putting the pistol belt that he pulled off of the squire around his waist and fashioning it up. He says, "I'll stand between and hold one of each. Kabeth, you take the other side of the one with 2 on it. Shalati, you take the other side of the one with 1 on it with your good arm."
Okay.
And he starts kind of moving the unconscious people onto the sleds.
I'll be helping.
Shalati, in that case, then will hold out the rifle to one of the other two. Says, "I think this is better for someone with 2 hands right now." Is the pistol obvious on Casey?
Oh yeah, you watched him put on the belt.
Okay,
while he was
and
saying
she jerks her chin and says, "I can take one of those, or that one, if one of you wants to take this one, and we'll just have to drop the bodies or not the bodies, the people, and pick them up if the Autonocuses come by again."
Yeah, I'll take it.
Casey kind of looks at her and smirks a little bit.
Are you looking at me or?
No, Shalati.
Just as a reminder, just so it didn't just get glossed over when you're leaving on purpose, there was a really nice
and the great sword.
Great sword on the ground.
Actually, in that case, then, well,
I mean, greatsword's 2-handed too.
yeah.
No, Casey will look at Shalati when she mentions the pistol on the belt, and smirks a little bit, and then just reaches down and undoes the belt.
And she holds out the greatsword to him. We'll pass it, or whichever. She'll leave it to them, to the two of them to decide which one they want.
Yeah, so he holds out the belt, looks at her shoulder with the piece of metal sticking out of it and her arm up. And then he kind of leans in close to her and slings the belt around her waist and puts it on her for her, if she lets him.
Hits him. And just looks up at the sky while he's doing that.
And then he'll spin the belt around so that the pistol is on the side of her good arm. And then we'll take the greatsword and I guess put it in his other belt. He doesn't have the sheath, but Is it possible to...
Well, the
carry-
verdict has it on his back.
Oh,
That's the
yeah.
shield.
Well, then it'll just be on the sled. Yeah, that's totally fine. Oh, yeah. We'll have it off of his back, kind of laying next to him, so that he's not, laying back on top of the sword. Yeah, and if everything's set, he'll kind of go in between the two sleds. Everyone ready?
Let's go.
Casey takes one last look around the wreckage and the flames and stuff. Kind of nods and then kneels down and picks up one handle of each of the sleds. Starts to push forward.
As you all begin to haul the sleds towards Shepherd's End. There are clouds rolling above the town. You can see the lighthouse beacon shining through the rain and the mist. The lightning crawls through the clouds, and then there's a crack as it comes down, a bolt down near the town. The rain's starting to come down harder now. Back in the town, all of you have managed to take shelter in a small, a small little grain house near the edge of the town on the eastern side. Not out as far as the barns and the ranch that you were before, but you've got the younger bunnies and satyrs there. However, Mashas is Cypher, are you around? Yeah, so Bryony, Hamrish, Lennox, Elwyn, Brangwine are there with you. But there's been no sign of Demsona or Merwin or Caspian or Sigareth or Evo, but Friswith is there with you.
Friswith?
No, not Friswith. I'm sorry. Winfred.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Okay, hang on. Can you repeat that list for me?
Yeah, I'll go through the satyrs as well. All the others.
That was masterful. That rattling off the name.
Yeah. All right, you ready? It'll be easier if I go the opposite direction, actually, who you don't see. There's been no sign yet of Sigareth or Caspian or Damasona.
And you said also Evo has not been seen.
Yes, also Evo has not been seen.
What about Sigareth and Caspian's children? They have the two.
Yeah, you found Elon? How do you say that? Elon?
Yeah, Elon.
Yeah, Elon and Sade?
Today.
You sure you still want to name them that?
Elon Sade. Yeah, you kind of found them crying alone. Managed to scoop them up.
Oh God. Okay. So I have the babies and I have everyone else. It's just those 4 that haven't been seen.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's for your family. You also have not seen Kren or Sesha or Timat. And then for Esmond, and sorry, for clarity, Esmond, Peach, Aurea, Ava. all of you are kind of there as well. It's probably been 45 minutes, maybe an hour. Hard to exactly tell how long it's been. Everyone's sort of scattered for the lives. You still occasionally heard screaming, punctuated throughout the town. But after fighting off a few of the puddings who had tried to, who had sort of discovered where you were, there haven't been any puddings in the last 15 minutes or so. Gwen is there with you. Still no sign of Mulgood. Yeah. No sign of Shirley, Sal's mother. No sign of Casey's uncle. Or Ava's parents, but Ava's kid sister, Lily, is there.
Peach would be, I imagine her kind of moving around from kid to kid, trying to cheer them up, cracking jokes if she can, and singing songs, little stupid things to distract the smaller kids and herself, because when she's not talking to one of the children, she kind of just blinks and moves quickly until she finds somebody to tell her something to do. She is wandering around, checking on everyone as if there's something she could do to help, but there's not.
Yeah, the interior of the greenhouse is slotted wood. There is some warm light coming in from the fires in the town that are sort of segmented and speared through the interior. The ground is straw. There are 2 levels to this building with a ladder that goes up top to bottom. There's just a kind of a loose swinging large double door that you currently have barricaded. There were a couple of puddings that seemed to have found you, but you fended them off.
Esmond is going to do a walkthrough of the greenhouse and just look for any potential secondary or even tertiary exits that they have to make should an emergency suddenly arise and the front door isn't available to them.
Yeah, you see one place where it looks like one of the boards is loose and a firm kick would probably knock it out. And there are several, not bales of hay, but maybe they are bales. Rectangles of hay.
Oh, where is Ava?
She's there, I suppose, with everybody else. Assuming there is no one in immediate care, and no one else is done. She probably is just sitting somewhere, not quite in a corner, but just sort of off to the side, probably on top of a bale of hay or something, and just seems to be staring off into nothing, just sort of slumped over a little bit, and her eyes staring through the part of the wall that she's looking across from.
Gwen kind of makes her way over towards you guys and says, she looks at probably Seifert, I think was probably the one interested in. Yeah, Gwen kind of shakes her head a little bit. I didn't see him anywhere. And you realize Zach Ash and Ember. There's no sign of them. Charlotte's family.
I got Zach, Ember, and who was the last one?
Ash.
Are missing. In addition to, yeah.
Yeah.
But they had come with us to the lighthouse.
Those are people who are with you at the lighthouse.
Will you give me a touch of context real quick? What was the basic sequence of events from the lighthouse to where, and I don't know where we are.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yes, so you were all at the lighthouse, and you signaled the beacon towards the town to ask for supplies and tell survivors it was a safe place to go. It looks as though some survivors did make their way to you, but they attracted attention on the way. So a cluster of survivors were running towards the lighthouse with puddings in tow, and puddings chased those survivors into all of your survivors. You put up a fight for a while, saved some lives, but eventually were forced to flee as the area was overrun. You were mostly concerned with scooping up children, Winnie's satyrs, keeping everybody safe, and you managed to get all the young children, but some of the teenagers and adults, whatever, they're missing. They're not with you, wherever they are. But all of you, the lighthouse position was attacked by the small puddings. No sign of the blue laurel chicken or the firefox.
Okay, and where are we right now?
Yeah, you're just in like a grain house. It's basically like a warehouse barn kind of thing that's on the eastern edge of town, but not as far as the barn you were at before. You're still kind of at the outskirts of town itself. It's been about an hour since the attack on the lighthouse. Also really important, all of you heard and saw a massive explosion in the south.
How far are we from the apothecary?
15 minutes?
Hmm.
15 minutes at a normal walk, I should say, just strolling down the street.
Cyphered, oh, sorry.
No, please go ahead.
Cyphered rounds up the children and seems kind of frantic, like she's missing something. And she calls out, "Ears down, heads up!" And she counts, and she recounts, and she counts again, and kind of seems disbelieving that she's one short. She seems a bit scattered and doesn't really know how to cover.
As people are milling about and Cyphered is doing a head count, however people are busy, without saying almost anything, Ava just kind of begins to sort of pack up her bag and with still not saying anything, begins heading out towards the door.
Okay, you see, Ava approaching the door. It would take a few minutes to kind of unbarricade it.
Esmond immediately steps in front of her. Doc, what are you doing?
The apothecary is not that far away. I need supplies.
No, we're staying put. No one's leaving right now.
I don't have anything to help people when we get attacked again. I need to get some supplies.
No, we're not risking it right
Move
now.
out of the way.
Can't-
I'm going. And she starts trying to push past you.
Cypher bounds over and grips onto Esmond's arm, panic-stricken. Damazone is missing. I have to go look for her.
Cypher, no one is leaving.
If you don't unblock the door, I will jump out a window. I can do it. I'll do it.
And you'll leave more puddings here to put the rest of your brothers and sisters in danger. No one is leaving. This is not up for debate. I make an executive decision right now. I'm sorry, but no one is leaving.
Cypher bolts.
Esmond tries to tackle her.
Roll something.
Roll something.
Just rollies, roll off.
Unless one of you wants to concede, that's also fine. But I assume you're competing.
It's not going to be much. It was never much of a competition to begin with.
Yeah.
Good.
Cypher will. It's. You said it's just a greenhouse. Is it just like?
Greenhouse.
It's like
Grain.
it's like a warehouse.
Like a silo.
Oh. Okay. Yeah. Cypher will like.
We'll say up on the second story. There's like basically a window.
Yeah, she'll sprint off, towards that window.
Okay. Yeah, you see her hop probably the entire ladder. Get up there. Let's see. You can't quite catch up as she makes a dash for the window and vanishes out of it.
I suppose if Esmond is busy chasing after Cyphered, Ava's gonna leave. Try to go out the door.
Yeah, sure. We'll say, you managed to pry the barricade kind of thing across the rail, and you get the door swings, and you manage to get out.
Okay. She begins walking towards the apothecary.
Okay.
Esmond, the best thing to do is make sure it's safe for when they return.
Sure, fuck it. What does it matter if they bring anything else with them, right? Doesn't matter at this point. Sure, let's make it as safe as we can. And he'll walk off and start to put the barricade back up by the door.
Just so I know where you're going, Cyphered and Ava, like where, I know Ava's going to the apothecary. Where is Cyphered going?
Is the apothecary is in which direction compared to where the like path back to the lighthouse?
Yeah. You would essentially be going west by northwest, and Ava would be going west by southwest.
So, Cyphered will hang from the window and drop down, and slip off, trying to be discreet, in the direction of the lighthouse, kind of backtracking a bit on, like, the idea being that the others also ran from the lighthouse. So seeing if maybe by partially backtracking, she might run into them.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, yeah, and so you see the two of them. They've departed, leaving the rest of you there in the storehouse. You hear rain on the roof. Crack of thunder shakes the boards a bit. After a moment, you no longer hear the footsteps of Ava or Zephyr.
The wood worked, but only against the blue ones. We need... are there buckets in here to collect water from the rain? Many buckets!
You find two wooden buckets.
Alright, I'm gonna set those out in the rain. Esmond, it's their family. Didn't you say there was one side of the town that was less bad? Maybe... Cat?
The cat runs out through the small opening in the boards.
Wait, no, Cat!
Yeah, maybe it doesn't matter now. That idea was based on the theory that all the slimes had joined together into that giant chicken one. And clearly, that was wrong. And the decision of trying to encourage other survivors in the village to come towards the lighthouse damned us and anyone else there. So...
Is Peach in the same? Yes.
Mm-hmm.
As you can't take that on yourself. None of us knew what we were doing. That's everyone run up to the lighthouse. I saw, assuming that the blue ones had all coalesced and the chicken that killed my mom. None of us could have predicted any of this. This is this is insane. This is a nightmare.
It doesn't matter how sane it is or insane it is. One decision after another has either led to more people getting hurt, us being split, or to no one listening to me because no one is thinking rationally anymore. So that's it. I've got nothing left.
Gwen climbs up on a little box next to you and takes your hand. Just holds it.
Well,
I don't have anything left, guys.
You should lay down. You've been going nonstop. We're safe for a minute. If you can sleep for... I'll keep watch. At least they glow in the dark, so we'll see them if they come up. We'll have somebody on all sides. Just rest. There's nothing more you can do here. And then we can only make the best decisions we can in the moment. There's no perfect plan. Sorry.
You're one of the bunnies cries out.
There's no perfect plan. There's no way to save everyone.
That's right, as we might not even save everybody even in this building. We can't be feeling what ifs and should haves. We got to figure out what to do next. Where do we go next? I don't have any ideas, but we can't just stop and rest because we got to figure out where we're going.
We need to go to the temple, the town. Araya grabs one of the tiniest of bunnies on her lap.
We can't go back to the town, so go up to the temple and what then?
We don't go anywhere. We're done. We're done moving. We're done moving until we can find the rest of the group. There was a huge explosion down the train tracks. So, who knows? Maybe all of them are dead now too. We give it some time, and we start moving at dawn, if we even can, even if the rain even lets up. Who knows anymore? We'll just keep an eye out for anyone that we can. Just let's just take shifts watching for any slimes or survivors, and look over the children. All right, I'm gonna take first watch, and Esmond will go towards one of the windows and just lean up against the wall and just stare out.
Ava, you are on your way toward the apothecary, moving carefully, quietly along the streets. You see a little bit of a orange glow from the upcoming junction.
Okay. She continues to move in the direction of the apothecary in the same manner, approaching the glow.
As you approach you sort of come to the corner of the alleyway. You see the rain's coming down hard now. You see one of the red puddings. It's shrunk down smaller than you remember them being. There's smoke curling off of it. It's kind of wriggling, kind of there in a puddle. You haven't really seen this behavior before.
She looks around to sort of see if she has the opportunity. She looks in the direction she needs to head to see if she can move there safely, and glances around to see if there is any other immediate danger, something else that could sneak up on her. Checks the roofs, remembering how they ran across them at one point, and after just a cursory glance in these different directions, still seeming not quite focused, but she starts to peek her head around and observe this strange looking red pudding.
Yeah, it seems maybe disoriented. You're not really sure. It's not moving like the other ones did. It doesn't seem to react to your presence.
If it is, she looks around once again, and if she can, she goes to put the shield over the top of it, and then pushes her weight against it, crushing it against the earth.
Yeah, you put the wooden barrel lid over it, pressing down. You feel it wriggling under it for a moment. Then it stops, and there's a little curl of smoke that comes up from the side.
She has a look of just the smallest amount of angered satisfaction, and then continues on towards the apothecary.
Seifert, you back? Yeah, Seifert, you are sneaking your way carefully, backtracking back toward the lighthouse. There's the glow of flames from some of the buildings on fire, but the rain is coming down really hard now, and it seems some of the fires are beginning to dwindle, or they're at least not spreading as much. You see a bit of a blue glow. You see a bit of movement kind of down one of the alleyways, and you see one of the blue puddings kind of streak back and forth, zigzagging across some of the puddles of water, and little flicks of electricity kind of go out in every direction, kind of as it moves through. It seems to pause for a moment at the junction of the alley, and then kind of darts off in another direction.
Seifert keeps a really wide girth away from the pudding and any other identifiable puddings. She'll sort of like creep as like quietly kind of sticking to the dark. I don't know how good the eyesight of a pudding is, but yeah, she just sort of instinctively tries to be as quiet as possible and just like keeps moving, careful not to get anywhere near it.
Sounds good, yeah. You duck around, move down another alley. As you're moving past one of the buildings, you see a light orange glow from inside, which is not unusual. You all use candles and things to light your homes, but you catch a glimpse through, say, an open window of, inside, sheltered from the rain, one of the red puddings. On a tabletop, it's burning the wood, and there's a rise of black smoke, and it's just sitting there, not doing anything.
She keeps moving.
Moving on carefully, quietly, you see another 2 blue puddings. It's kind of darting along an alleyway. And you roll an investigation check. $16 on the die. Anything else? Okay, yeah, 16's enough. You realize all 3 of these blue puddings that you've seen in the last few moments, they're all heading toward the hearth.
Okay, noted.
Continue to sneak on. Rain's coming down in the fields in the south. Casey, Kabath, Shalati. You're getting a little closer to the town now, but you have to decide where you're going to go. Moving, carrying these travois is really slow. So if you got any kind of trouble, you will not be outrunning it with them.
Put up real quick.
Ooh, Press, you broke up a lot there.
Is it still doing it?
Mm-hmm. It sounds like latency.
When Pris gets back, will you just remind me, since it's been a while since I played, if there are any places I know for sure were not safe in town?
Yeah, I'll reorient you. Let's actually, while we're waiting, take just like a 5-minute break right here.
Okay.
How does that sound?
So before you see that there are portions of Shepherd's End that are on fire. Rain is coming down heavily. Beth, you and Casey left together, and the last time that you were in town, you knew that people were in the barn in the eastern part of town between Shepherd's End and the Cadney Ranch. Yev had caught up with you guys, but I think as far as any of you know, everyone would still be back at that barn, unless I missed something.
No, Shalati and Ash
Oh,
had come back
Shalati.
from
Yeah.
the ranch and told everyone to go. So she thinks they're at the lighthouse.
Perfect. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So they would have left the barn and headed toward the lighthouse. Then is the last thing that you guys know. In terms of what is safe or not safe, there's not really any reason to suspect anything safe.
Noted. Okay. Yeah. I think Beth is kind of taken in. She's like, "Oh God, it looks so bad. Do we go to the lighthouse? Where is everybody? Do you think by now? I mean, it's been a while."
I think you do.
Is the lighthouse light still on?
You do certainly notice that the beacon of the lighthouse is still facing toward the town, which is really unusual. Usually the main beacon, like, the mirrors are turned to face out to sea, but it's facing towards the town. And it's flashing a pattern, like, repeatedly.
Do we recognize the pattern?
Roll your Lux Code knowledge, please.
Yes.
Our
Most exciting rolls of the game.
4.
Oh, come on.
Excellent.
I had a 3.
Well, apparently none of us
Too
studied
bad.
this.
If Salinger is here, would he roll a 2?
Yeah. Ooh, give me 1 sec.
If Sean has a dice roller on his phone, can you roll a d20?
He's also unconscious, though.
That's no excuse.
I don't think anyone has passed the Lux Code check. I think it's all just made up.
No,
Yeah, I kind of don't think we know Lux Code.
Okay, yeah, you can make it out pretty easily. It says, sail mirror, sling teapots.
I'm assuming they all just stare at it for a while, sort of. Shalati's lips are silently moving as she's trying to sound out what each letter is.
Do you think it's better when you're facing it? Like, if it's aimed at you? Do you think looking at it from the side affects? Because this, I don't.
Teapots?
That can't be right.
This cannot, but clearly there's still someone. Wait. Do we know if the lighthouse works by when it signals someone actually has to be there to manually do it, or can it be set on a pattern? Is it mechanized?
It's clockwork, so it can be set on a pattern.
Oh, okay.
I really need to study this more.
Well, someone's there, at least, probably, to have sent that message and turned it around. So I think that's our best shot. But I don't think we want to go through the town.
No.
Chicken is probably, so maybe if we skirt around the edge, if they're still coming in from the west. Oh, but maybe the eastern side would be more convenient. Would be slightly safer. If that is too metagamey, let me know.
No, I don't mind nudging those things in cases like this. Party getting back to them.
Fair enough. Let's stop for a moment.
And my arms hurt.
Yeah, Casey will set down the 2 sleds and pull the backpack off of his back and set it down and start going through it.
I think actually, with the smoke above the town and the rain coming down, you're able to pick out in the haze a faint blue glow coming from around the hearth.
He kind of, going through his backpack, he kind of nods towards the hearth. Is that where your giant chicken is? And looks at Shalati.
That's where it went last I saw it. I didn't actually see it get there.
Sets the jar of candy to the side and pulls out a few sticks of dynamite and tucks them into his belt.
You still have that?
Where did you find that anyway?
What if you catch on fire? What?
Will it even light in the rain? You're just getting bombarded on both sides by negatory lines.
Are you sure that that's safe to carry around?
That's definitely not safe to carry around.
What if you blew us up? How long can we keep going, Chris? Keep going.
You realize in that moment, perhaps, that the sheer luck that did not all go off during the train wreck is miraculous.
Truly, we're blessed by a watching God.
Casey, having started to answer each one of those questions before being interrupted, finally says, "We're about to waltz into who knows what. It's gonna come in handy."
So if you see a big flaming chicken, you're just gonna throw the dynamite at it and blow us all up, so that then it just won't be a problem anymore because we'll all be dead.
No, the idea is just to blow up the chicken.
Okay, but what
At
about
least separate it out. And she'll hold out her hand to Casey. So that if we do get split up, at least some of us have things. And honestly, this might be easier for me with only one good arm.
Tibeth is taking big steps back from each of you, like slowly backing away, pulling the sleds a little with her too if she can.
Casey's eyes sparkle a little bit, and he lets out a little grin as he hands Shalati 3 sticks of dynamite. And he, when she stows them, he reaches into his cloak and palms something and takes her hand and puts both his hands over hers and closes her hand and goes back to the bag.
Kibeth is just staring at you both, and she sees you do this, and she's like, "You're both crazy."
He gave you the lighter that Ez made for him.
She tucks it away without comment, spacing the dynamites as sticks as far around herself as she can so that they're not touching each other.
Yeah, he'll also tuck 3 sticks of dynamite into his belt and put his shirt over it so that they try not to get too wet. And he looks into the bag with the rest of the box of whatever's left in there. And he grabs the jar of candy, puts it on top, closes the stack up, and puts it back on. And then stands up and says, "All right. Around to the east, you said?"
She picks up the side of the sling, or the sleds, trapeze, that she's been carrying, and just nods and looks at Kibeth.
Kibeth's just shaking her head at both of you. Just not saying anything, she's just gonna blow us up. Gonna blow us all up. It's gonna be really bad. It's just gonna be really bad. Just gonna blow us up.
Off we go.
And so you're kind of circling around the eastern side of town towards the lighthouse?
Yep.
Yeah.
Ava, you have not seen any people. You got a glimpse of another blood pudding moving towards the west. They didn't seem to see you, or at least didn't seem to care. You're standing outside of the apothecary.
And she looks around the streets once more, takes a deep breath, holds her head up to the sky with her eyes closed just to feel the rain on her face for a second, then looks back towards the door, more focused, and proceeds inside.
Yeah, you head inside through the door. If I remember correctly, you had left one person in there. Is that right?
Yeah, I think so. I think
There
that
He was
one person you
convulsing.
abandoned. Yeah. You. Yeah. That person is lying motionless there on the floor. There's looks like an old wet vomit lick around their mouth and on the ground near them, and some couple of streaks that make their way out from them. But no movement.
Ava takes a cursory glance around, closing the door quietly behind her, listening for a moment, trying to sense if she can detect any movement, any motion, and sensing, unless DM says I was sensing none, she gets to work. She first rounds up to grab another kit, a full one of the spares that they have laying around, then proceeds to go towards where they keep the different chemicals that they use to make various substance. And no, she goes to her room first and grabs an extra set of clothes, brings everything down and lays it onto a table. She starts to pull clothes on top of the ones she's already wearing. Gloves, shoes, an extra shirt. After she's done, she moves towards where the chemicals are. She picks up the ones that are a base. She starts to pour them on top of all of the clothing she's wearing, on top of the gloves and shoes and everything else, all the way up to her neckline. This chemical is one that...
Like a pure base?
Like a pure base that, if it were to touch your skin,
No,
would
it's just... Oh, go ahead. Yeah.
would probably burn almost like an acid. But when touching an acid, she knows would neutralize something. She then takes the extra clothes. She starts to pull them on top, so that she has an extra layer of clothing, something like a raincoat, pulled on top of herself, on top of the clothes that she's wearing, the ones that are covered in this material. One that would likely act as a slight fire retardant, but also, more importantly, the opposite of an acid. Then she picks up the pack, the things that she came for, loads up a few more supplies, and heads back, opens the door and begins to head back with extra kit and a few chemicals stuffed inside of the bag that she's carrying.
Yeah, to be fair, yeah, this will work, but for probably a limited amount of time because of the rain. It'll give you some hours of protection, but it won't last that long.
It's totally fair. And maybe for flavor, I'll go ahead and have DM would allow. She grabs something that looks like a smaller version of a plague mask, puts that on top, and also coats the inside of that in the same way. She proceeds back out into the rain and begins to make her way back towards where she knows the barn where people were.
Yeah. So you make your way back in the street. Rain's coming down. Are you wearing the mask?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you can hear the patter of rain on the beak, essentially. There's still some dried herbs inside. There are no people.
I'll go ahead, and for the sake of this, and unless you want to say that this is just not something you want to do, she'll take a more circuitous route and try to pass by so that she can have a visual on the hearth and where all of the blue puddings were heading. She's not hoping to walk into the center of it, but she kind of wants to see the giant chicken from a distance if she can.
Sure. You can do that. Yeah, so you start veering towards the north before you would wind back east. Seifert. You are still making your way toward the lighthouse. And at this moment, you have not seen any people at all. But there in the rain, the slate orange glow, you see a body in the street, sort of frozen in a moment, perhaps of convulsion. The look of them is almost like fire charred wood, almost white, and there's a slight internal luminance orange, with smoke and steam kind of curling up into the wind.
And it's a body, like a humanoid body.
Yeah, dead body, tabaxi, if you had to guess. You can't pick out who it is, though.
Seifert reels back in shock. About where in town am I? Like,
You're on the
from a scale of... Oh yeah, go ahead.
You're on the very northern edge of town. You're about a little more than halfway to the lighthouse.
And I've still seen no living people. And the fire puddings that I've seen are sheltered inside of buildings. And the blue puddings I've seen are kind of zigging around and making their way towards the hearth.
Mm-hmm. It's been a few minutes since you've seen any blue puddings, though.
Okay. So given that there are relatively few of the obvious hazards around, she will press on hesitantly, but she gets increasingly trepidatious and careful the closer that she gets to the lighthouse.
That's good. And you veered around the body, is that right?
Yeah, she's not going anywhere near it.
Okay. Yeah. You maneuver through the streets. The lichens, lichens, and plant growth on top sort of the different roofs, saturated now with water and heavy. And you can feel the ground beneath your feet kind of slosh as you step, and some of the night flowers are blooming on the sides of buildings. You see another body in the streets, very much like the first one, like frozen in a moment of death, the body like charred, petrified wood, with still warm embers burning inside. You see a couple more bodies like that. It's easy to avoid them. Just move over a side street and cross an alley here and there. Still no blue puddings, but you do see another red pudding kind of in the shelter of a building, and then you see kind of in an alleyway one of the red puddings like a slug trying to crawl its way out of a puddle. It's kind of popping and it's small, and smoke's rising up from it.
And so far, none of the bodies look like the right kind of like Leoprine shape of a family member.
Not so far.
Is the area still kind of spread out? Like the bodies are pretty easy to stay away from? Like nothing's getting kind of like funneled in like tighter quarters?
No, not really. You're like the northern outskirts of town.
Okay. Then she'll continue kind of creeping along.
You get closer, and you can see as you begin to round the cliffs, you can see that there's an orange glow. And still, you've not seen any living people so far. It's been a while since you've seen any blue puddings. You do see more of the charred bodies. And then as you begin to round the rocks, you see the glow. You can see that the lighthouse and the manor house are in flames.
She stands kind of shocked for a moment. And then tucks back down, and she'll kind of circle over to another street and weave her way around, taking a different path than the one that she did to get there. Kind of semi-circling back in the direction of like where the greenhouse was that she left, but kind of like trying to comb the area as best she can as a single person. She would skip any places that are obviously like not even a possible shelter for hiding in.
Yeah, moving carefully through the streets, peeking in window here or there. You see a couple more of the ashen, wooden, petrified bodies, cracked and lined with internal glowing embers. You don't find the shape that you're looking for and hoping not to find either. But you don't. You don't find any. You haven't so far found any survivors, any people.
Tears begin to well up in her eyes as she becomes increasingly hopeless. But she'll keep kind of combing her way back in away from the lighthouse.
Heading back towards the grain store? Where the others are? Okay.
Yeah, not all the way there or anything. She's still searching.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Ava, you really just have one block left to go before you would reach the Hearth. Turn one more street, turn one more corner. Through the alleyway, you would have a view of it. You catch sight of two more blue puddings darting from puddle to puddle. Crackles of lightning kind of passing outward from them as they splash through. Also headed in the direction of the hearth.
Black cloaked figure just continues to walk gently through the rain and silence, getting close to the corner with mentally reviewing the next direction she's going to turn to walk back to meet with everybody after she's observed whatever sight she's going to behold when she sees the hearth.
You move to the edge of the alley in just the right angle, through the goggles of the plague mask. There's water beaded on the front of it. But you catch the blue glow, and then you see the shape of the blue laurel chicken, 12 feet tall, gelatinous, perched there atop the hearth amongst all the supplies that the people had gathered. You see blue puddings darting along the ground. One of them, then another, sort of joins into the body of the blue laurel chicken. Another, as they trickle in like rain, coming home.
As she watches this, just standing there silently with the rain beating up on her goggles, is the hearth itself? Are the flames beneath it on?
They've died down, but there's still warm embers there.
She cants her head slightly to the side as if considering something. And then, after just a moment, turns and begins to walk quietly through the rain back towards where all of the others are.
Decipher it. Roll a perception check.
Woof.
You've been searching, soaked in rain.
Does she know that everyone was inspired?
Only people who were ready before I was.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry.
I do have an inspiration, though.
Would you like to use it?
Yeah, I'm literally searching for someone, and I was asked to make a perception roll. I think I'll use it.
Use it.
Do I just re-roll the 20?
And just keep the same D4 or D6 or whatever. Brutal. Empty streets. Rain. Glare of the lighthouse.
And there's there are no, since the sources of light seem pretty predictably to be fire puddings, she would also be scanning for like conspicuous areas of darkness, if there are any.
Yeah, you've been searching them, but you haven't found anything.
How far from the grain storage am I?
You're almost back.
Um, hang on 1 second.
I'll come back to you.
She's going to take another path and keep searching.
Shalati, Casey, Kabeth. You've wound your way along the eastern side of the town, heading towards the lighthouse. Probably at this point, you've gotten close enough to see it's not just the light from the beacon, but also that the lighthouse itself, there are flames, smoke coming out of the upper windows.
You said there was flames coming out of the upper window of the lighthouse?
Mm-hmm. Black smoke.
No sound of screams or anything? Just
Silent.
Oh, no, that's not good. That's more light than it's supposed to have.
Ez would have got him out of there.
it's either too late or they're gone. There's no one screaming.
No, Ez got him out of there. We just have to find him.
We have to get these folks to safety. They're at the most risk because they're unconscious.
Yeah.
Shalati just sort of sags as her legs lead away and she plops down into the grass. Just sits there.
Cyphered, you catch a glimpse of the Casey, Kabeth, Shalati.
She'll go over to them. Sorry, did you? Yeah, Cyphered will not recklessly, but kind of with some urgency, make her way over.
Do we see her?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, thank God, some help. Oh, God. Sayford, help. We gotta, where is everyone? Penny.
Cypher comes up and she she had been crying despite herself, but as soon as she approaches, she just starts bawling. A bunch of us made it to the grain store at the edge of town, but I'm missing Damasona. I can't find her anywhere.
At the side of this, Shalati's big sister mode is activated, and she gets up to bottom to her feet and staggers over and is about to try and hug her, and then remember she still has a piece of railing stuck through one shoulder, and so just holds on, grips Cypher's shoulder with the other one and says, "It's okay. It's not okay. It's not all right. But at least you're safe. We can go look for her, but do you know where any of the rest are? These..." they're unconscious and the train crashed. There's a verdict who needs help. But is Ava safe?
The grain store, the group that I was with after the lighthouse, we got to the grain store. I don't know about Ava. Ava was with us, but I left. Esmond tried to stop me. I jumped out of a window. Ava was trying to leave before that. I have no idea if she did.
Okay, we can't help anybody else until we get these people to safety. We need to get them somewhere, and then we can address finding Ava and finding anybody else that's missing that we know of.
I can't go back without Damasona. I have to find her.
Seyfried, we can't find her. These people, look at our friends here, and this person who's new. But that's a verdict. We have to protect them. They're unconscious. We have to assume that I don't remember their name.
The verdict?
Damazona. We have to assume that Damazona is alive and safe and hiding. Okay? They have a chance. These people don't unless we get them to safety. We need your help. We can't drag them alone. Look at Shality. They're injured. It's just been the two of us.
It's just a pull. It's fine.
Do you look like you're about to die? Because I'm really worried about you.
Seyfried seems conflicted, pulled in many directions.
Where have you looked so far? What's left?
She recounts in excruciating and extremely fast-paced detail every street and nook and cranny that she has seen.
There's still so much more to potentially search, and there are so many places that someone could hide if they didn't want to be found. Just searching with your eyes without someone knowing that you're looking, without calling out to them, could take a long time.
Look,
I can help. I'll lead you guys to the grain house, but I can't stop looking.
I know. I can help you. At least my eyes are sharp, even if I can't do much with this other arm. I can at least be another set of eyes with you. But we can't spend. Well, we'll deal with it later. For right now, I think just the next. We just need to take these people to the green store and hopefully there is someone else, or at least they can get warm and dry.
There is a flash of lightning and an immediate crack of thunder as a bolt of lightning hits the northern edge of the town, and standing in an alley, you see the silhouette, a figure, strained, long beak.
Seyfried seems kind of stricken suddenly, like another rush of panic, and she it seems like she's about to take off, like she's just not even overcome with stress.
You have rainwater beaded on the goggles of your mask. You see your friends.
She approaches slowly.
Remind us what
Hello?
it looks like right now.
She's wearing mostly getup that is most all black. The exterior of it is like something akin to a large raincoat. Water sort of beads up and washes off of it. Her hands and feet, every part of her body is completely covered from her neck to her toes. And there is a long-ish beaked mask that she's wearing on top of her head.
Charlotte has no more adrenaline left for her body. It has all been used up at this point, and her instincts so far are saying beast or pudding is dangerous, but this is a human-ish, humanoid shape figure, and so she just called out, "Who is that?" Another survivor, I think. Here, have you seen anyone else?
As she approaches and gets a better look, not only notices her friends, but then starts to see through the goggles the injuries that Charlotte has and the others. She stops, and takes the mask off.
Doc.
Oh, that's good.
We need to get you guys inside to treat that. Let me take a look at it. And she starts to move quickly towards them. Does she notice Casey's stick of dynamite in his pants?
No, my shirt is over the dynamite.
Got it. Okay. Yeah.
I don't think Charlotte had like 3 of them in her belt as well. I don't think she would have thought about keeping them dry.
Okay. Yeah. She glances at that at first, but her focus is clearly on all of the injuries. She focuses first on Charlotte with the thing through her arm, and then the people who are being carried. The 1,000-yard stare that seemed to be fixated on her face is gone, and once again she seems present as she hands the mask off to whoever is to her left and begins examining through them. She's wearing, as you can see, several what appears to be thick layers of clothing. Very odd, but she's still examining the injuries, trying to take note of who is injured in what way and which one to triage first.
Yeah. Definitely all the people there could use some help. You wouldn't want to do it here in the rain, but the verdict is definitely the worst off.
Yeah, while she's doing this, Casey does pull Seifert to the side and talks to her. I guess now. When Doc closes in on Charlotte and starts looking over, Casey kind of spins around and almost in like a dance move kind of spins, takes Seifert by the shoulders and spins her around off to the side and says, "Hey." He kind of looks into her eyes with the tears welling up. No one's ever found anyone through tears. Your fear just breaks the mind. It turns your legs to jelly. It'll blur your vision and take the wind from your lungs. You can't find anyone like this. Focus.
What?
You can't just... Surprised Ez let you even go out here without a buddy.
Obviously, he didn't let me come out here.
What was the name? I'm sorry. Of the person you're
Damasona.
Damasona. Is that sister?
They're all sisters. Damasona is the oldest of Seifert's younger siblings.
Gotcha. Yeah, he says, "We'll find your sister. But we can't stumble around doing it."
I'll head in the direction of the grain stores with you guys for now.
All right. And he'll turn back to the others.
We need to get them back inside so I can treat them. Also, I think the ones that are fire, I think they're affected by rain. They seem sluggish and shouldn't be as much of an issue.
That's good. Maybe it'll help put the town out too. I'm already dragging them towards. Is there an obvious inside that Doc wants us to go to?
Yeah, sorry to fill in what Doc's looking over people revealed. The verdict is in really bad shape, and definitely needs to be tended to quickly. You do not want to do it out here in the rain. You want to find somewhere of shelter.
Does she think that they have the 5 or 10 minutes it would take to get back to the grain house, or is this stop inside the nearest
You're
house?
close to the grain house now.
Okay. Yeah, she urgently starts to. We have to get him inside now. He doesn't have much time.
Help us, they're heavy.
Yeah, she begins dragging.
Right. Meanwhile, back at the grain house. Cyfred, Ava still haven't come back. For Esmond and Orion.
Array has been collecting water in the pans and keeping an eye out for their friends, for jellies, and is constantly making Esmond lay back down and rest.
Winfred has the youngest kind of bunnies in her lap and cradling them in a bundle.
Peach is kind of curled in a corner. It's difficult to tell if she is sleeping or just resting with her head kind of on her knees. She's sort of bent over a pile of hair and skirt.
Somewhere in here, there's a flash of lightning and a crack of thunder close enough that it definitely hit on the northern side of town and shakes the walls of the grain house. Gwen kind of standing on a box, kind of rubbing Esmond's shoulder. She says, "It's gonna be okay."
Yeah, everything's fine. Esmond, despite Aurea's wishes, Esmond keeps moving back to the window to keep an eye out for people and puddings. We can't stay here all night. This storm's getting worse. It's going to destroy this whole small building.
Where else are we gonna go?
I don't know.
Is it... What makes you think... This silo has been up for ages. I don't think a storm is gonna knock it down unless this is strange. Don't be fatalistic. We're safe for now. We'll wait for our friends. Daybreak, we'll find more. And you should rest. You should be resting. You'll think better.
I'll rest when I know that Hual is able to return. And he just continues looking out the window.
She sends him a worried glance, but is looking opposite direction. Like, you said it was like slatted, so not super comfortable, but decent ability to like keep watch.
Catch some movement.
Oh, I have a thing.
Oh, good.
As they're dragging them back, Ava's mind is racing. trying to think about exactly the different processes she's going to do as soon as she gets in, can disrobe and get all of the chemicals off, when suddenly it pops into her mind and she starts to connect the things that she's seen. She thinks about the chicken, she thinks about the hearth, the blue puddings that are on top of it, the collections that are there, the lightning that's outside, the fire that's underneath, the explosions she saw in the distance. She stops for just a second. Casey. What? I was looking out at the lighthouse. There were explosions. Do you have that dynamite? I saw them. Did you use it? Is it gone?
I mean, we've used some, but we still have some.
Throw it under the hearth. They're all collecting there. They're all moving towards it. It's a big metal conductor, and they're all electric. I think they're gathering there so that the lightning will strike it.
Then do what?
The hearth underneath, the flames, they're still lit. It's sitting on it like a nest. If you can get it underneath, you can destroy the nest and maybe disrupt whatever it's trying to do.
Not bad. Yeah, if we know they're all there.
As I went through this town, there were more and more. They're all headed that way. They're building it up larger and larger. I don't know if this is what they're doing, but they're all there. And if they came for us at the lighthouse, they'll come for us here. We can't run. I don't think we can hide. We have to do something, and I think maybe this is the thing to do. She sort of looks at the others.
If we can kill the puddings, then anyone that's hiding would also be safe.
That's the idea.
It doesn't deal with the fire puddings, but the sound of a massive electrical one is absolutely horrible.
As they're talking, Esmond, through the slats of the wall, you catch a glimpse of figures out in the street, a couple houses down.
Am I able to identify them from this distance?
Yeah, squinting and focusing for a second. Yeah, you see them.
Esmond will move from the wall and nod to Rhea. They're back. Looks like they found other folks, and he's going to start removing the barricade from the door.
Okay, sorry. And then sorry for to finish what you were saying, sorry.
I mean, there's already a fire underneath, then all we would need to do is just throw them down there with some speed and accuracy, right?
And get away.
Throw it down there while it's sitting on top of it.
Yes. And Ava
Yeah.
continues to pull the tourniquet towards the thing, realizing time is of the essence for the bleeding person.
Yeah.
Yeah, I might be able to assist.
Let's regroup then. Figure out the plan.
I'm not going back inside.
Do you want to sit around and make a plan in the rain?
I think she's afraid Esmond will try to stop us again. Come on, please. We really need to get him inside. He looks terrible.
I'm next to Ava.
The verdict.
I'm next to Ava, and I'm trying to like help Ava, but I'm not really being helpful. And I'm like, Ava, I used my shirt. Did we do a good job? I'm oblivious to everything else going on. I'm just like, was this helpful? I tied my shirt to him.
They did an
He'd be dead.
astoundingly good job.
He'd be dead if you hadn't done it. It's almost perfect.
Oh, good. It was worth my favorite shirt then.
Everyone else
Charlotte
can
at
go
the same
outside.
time as Charlotte at the same time as saying, Esmond is a shrimpy boy. You can push him down and walk over him. I mean, you did that one time. Why are you that afraid of him?
You've reached the barn, but you're not inside. Greenhouse. The doors are open.
Oh, yeah. Ava keeps trying to drag the verdict inside with whoever's helping.
Array has come out to help.
Charlotte is not stopping. She's doing her little bit if there's room to pull the sleds in. You see this group approaching. Travois is being dragged behind them. And you see Salinger on one of them. Salinger and Yev are there, both looking wounded. And you see a stranger. Doesn't take long looking at the armor to figure out that it is a verdict.
Before going inside, Casey says, "You don't have to come inside if you don't want to. But at least wait for one of us to come out and search with you. I won't be long."
You don't have long. She'll wait nervously outside.
Surprisingly, even as the others are dragging the verdict in, Ava's sort of pointing in a direction, but she's standing outside in the pouring rain, stripping off the outer layers of her clothing.
Array is gonna check out the person on the stretcher.
And of course, Salinger wakes up right after they finish hauling his body the entire way.
He was sandbagging the whole time.
You son of a... I choke him.
Just for context, Salinger, you guys were making your way back. You were helping Yev along. You heard the sound of the train. You looked back. You saw the train derail and just start tumbling, cars flying, just tearing, splintering trees, and then something hit you. And now you're waking up.
Well, you guys look like shit.
Good to see you too. And he hugs Ez.
Esmond just gives a tired pat against your back. You look in his eyes and he's exhausted. Okay, so here we are at the last stronghold in the village.
That we know of.
What do you want? What do you want them? And she gestures to the verdict and the other wounded.
She tries to make the closest thing to a table, whether that's bales of hay that happen to be together or an actual wooden table, someplace that she can actually try to work. She's stripped off the outer clothing that she has and the second layer. They're laying in a pile outside. She's walked back inside in her regular clothing, a little bit wet from the outside as she moves in. She's rolling up her sleeves and pulling her bag back around, tossing an extra bag filled with chemicals off to the side somewhere in the barn. She makes her way towards the verdict and begins to look at when to operate. Even as she's looking him over, she says out of the corner of her mouth, I think we got a plan, maybe. Casey, you should tell him about it. And then she points to, not Shalati, to Seyfried and says, I need extra hands. Seyfried, help out if you can. And Kabeth, please. And she starts to try to work on the verdict.
Array is bringing a
Gelatis.
bucket of water over to the verdict table and has rolled up her robes.
Shalati says, we managed to find a medical kit that looks like the ones that the Resident would use. And she points with her chin at the fresh kit that they had found. Who would help?
Okay. As you begin to go to work, you can tell right away that the verdict's shoulder and arm and leg and hip are destroyed. That may never use them again. But also the work that you're doing to finish saving his life is probably hours and hours of work to do. It will not be quick. Just for context.
Also, Seifert is still outside, so...
Oh, that's right. In that case, I apologize. I was trying to think of characters' names off the top of my head. The characters who were already there are Rhea, Peach, everyone else who's not Casey or Esmond, and Seifert, who's outside. For the people who are available, she's asking whatever hands can help to be those hands to help.
Do you make noise coming in? Is there screaming and calls for help? Yeah, I think that stirs Peach from her little pile in the corner, and she sort of automatically springs to attention, very alert. What do you need? What do you need? I got you. And she comes to assist Ava in, clearing spaces and trying to make room, like she'd make room for a party going through a crowded part of the pub.
Sounds good. What's the medical stuff happen in the background? Because that's hours and hours and hours. Right?
Well, did Salinger wake up as soon as we dragged him in?
Yes, definitely. As soon as there was no longer rain coming down on your face, it was like something's changed. You wake up.
And the last thing I remember was something hit me when a train came rushing at me.
Last thing you remember, you heard the train, saw the light, looked back, heard the whistle, you saw a spark, and then you saw the train derail, and coming straight towards you, and then you were hit by a train car.
But surprisingly, the part of your body that hurts the most is your face, as though someone slapped you really hard for some reason.
Do a small handprint. Not that small.
Yeah, Shalati-sized handprint.
I wasn't. Our hands the same size.
You're joking, right? He looks over at Sal.
Joking about what? He says he
Something
kinda
to make
stands
in
up.
Morel. Did you seriously make us drag you all the way back?
Chris, I'm having a really hard time hearing you.
You got the
Oh,
chitter.
did I get... Okay, no. Did this help at all?
Yes.
Okay. She says, Salinger Demasius Morel. Are you serious? Did you really just force the dragon body all the way back from the...
I didn't force anyone to do anything, and I was hit by a train.
We were all hit by that train.
Clearly I was hit harder or somewhere more vital because I don't remember anything that happened after I got walloped, blindsided by a big old hunk of metal flying off a track. So don't fuss at me and don't three-name me. What the hell's going on? Where are we?
We're in the grain house? Is that it?
It's a grain store, yeah.
We're in the grain house. And that's the most well-rested of us. We could use your help.
Sure, happy to. Who's that? He says, looking at the verdict.
That was, I guess, our previous help.
And so you're all bruised up and you got a bit of a headache. There's some blood on your temple, but you'll be okay.
Sal, you see that Why when I'm always talking,
the
the
dogs.
dog has to get...
The dogs come back circling around, sniffing Charlotte, and her knees have given out again at this point, finally finding herself back in a place, like a goal they've been going toward. And so she's just sat down on the ground, just kind of in the middle, because wherever she was standing, skirts puddling, dogs.
Yeah, so Sal, Kabeth kind of pops next to you, and she's like, just so you know, I took my own shirt off and sacrificed my favorite shirt before I sacrificed yours.
That is the most noble thing anyone's ever done for me, Kabeth.
I know. I know you were unconscious, that I needed a tourniquet and bandages for the verdict, and I had a vest on, so I was like, well, I guess I could take my shirt, because I know that Sal would be very upset, and yeah, so friendship bond.
Sal inspects his clothes to see if there's any damage.
I mean, yeah, by train.
Is it bad?
It's battle damage. Battle damage, version.
Are
Are my clothes dead?
How are his sneakers or his trainers okay?
You're mostly okay. You got some tears and some scrapes.
Is it bad, he asks, about his clothes after being hit by a fucking train?
Trying to build the character here.
He knows his priorities.
Yeah, Casey turns to Ez and says, Doc had a plan. Apparently all the slimes are going to the Hearth. Fire's still burning there. And I have a backpack full of dynamite. Is there a way to get it in there without imminent death?
Before we start on this conversation, Aurea, you know something of the healing arts, right? That's what you do at the temples?
Yeah, of course I do.
Give it
She's
a-
been,
it's wounded.
She's been praying over like some of the water that the rainwater she had collected, like holding this amulet in her hands. Theoretically, it'll glow. She looks you over and sees you're wrecked. Let me help you. Come closer. Let me help you.
Look, check Yevedzek first. He's been unconscious most of this time. He passed out from, I think, blood loss or something. I fought this far.
Just going to head over to. Yes.
Yeah, Yev is lying on one of the tarps they dragged in. It looks as though he's got some deep lacerations. Lost a lot of blood. He's kind of pale. Even for Goliath.
I'll also note, actually, sorry, that even though she is saying that, Charlotte is probably pretty gray right now, more so than her usual, like, warm brown tone, and her eyes are just a little bit glassy again.
Can I tell that she's worse off than he is?
I don't actually know who's worse off, but...
Or let me just medically evaluate y'all.
Do a medicine check.
What? That's fine.
Charlotte will benefit more from the help. Yev's he's more stable.
Shalati, let me help you first, and then I will help him, and I'll help. He's not losing blood actively, and I think that's more of a problem. She, like, gently has you come and sit next to him, so at least you're close to your brother. And she's got the water, like, with you, and she's kneeled in front of you. And, with one hand to your arm, and the other clasped around the amulet that she always wears at her neck, she begins the prayers that maybe you haven't heard but if you had visited the temple, they seem familiar, they sound familiar. And slowly she like puts the amulet of her belief into the water and wills it to imbue with holy and healing light. I hope this works.
What does it look like?
From where she holds the amulet, like ripples of light spread out and fill the water until it's glowing. This is the sacred water of the temple, or what looks like the sacred of the water of the temple. It's the water that the priestesses use to heal others. And she begins to bring that water up to your shoulder, the really wrecked shoulder, and says those prayers as she like completely soaks you in holy water.
Well, you should probably... Someone already ripped the metal out? Probably.
This is gonna happen with a liberal dousing, I think.
Okay, so you grip onto that shard of metal that's in her shoulder. Yank, pull it out, and pour the water on. Give her a roll.
Ah! Ah! Well.
Yeah. Light infused in the water pours across the wound. It is definitely helping, but not as not as quickly as maybe you had hoped. Not to make staticky noises.
I thought it was snake hissing.
Weirdest snake yell, yeah.
Shell, you might want to just kill your camera for a little bit until the bandwidth gets better.
Alright, it has her standing, like, elevating the shoulder above the heart, but keeps her hand pressed and is continuing to, like, pray and water over. Yeah. Hopefully you don't mind, since you are already wet.
Yeah. Okay, if the water itself is making any difference with her state of moisture, as you look over her, just realize that that's the wrist on that arm is broken as well, and she feels like she's alright. Just a lot of places. Water.
I think she said her
wrist is also broken. Yeah.
Yeah, you might want to reconnect.
I'm so sorry that her internet. Also, I'm super sorry that I rolled the shittiest of ever. Well, at least it wasn't a 1.
8 is one of the best rolls of the night.
Do you have an inspiration?
Unless you decide to let me have it from before or after, since I rolled the inspiration and then you gave us inspiration. Pretty please! It'll be gone after this.
Okay. Give it a roll.
Never mind. It wasn't meant to be.
This is what happens when we put our finger on the scales.
I know. I just wasn't meant to be.
Meanwhile, outside, rain's pouring down on Cypher. It seems like they've been inside for so long. You've been in it every second that passes.
Yeah. After Casey says the dynamite thing to Esmond, and they start doing the thing with Shalati and everything, he pulls off the backpack, sets it down, kind of sets it down to Esmond. Says, Cypher's waiting on me. Buddy system, right? Smacks him on the shoulder and heads towards the door. He does pause to watch the piece of metal get removed from Shalati and all that, but once that's settled, he'll head out the door. If there's a cloak or something around, Because I think he gave his cloak away for some reason. He gave it to somebody for something.
Yes, I do.
There's a potato sack. Yeah, dang. Press for some reason, yeah. You're really, really, really choppy.
Maybe switch to phone audio or something, maybe? If there's a spare cloak or something, a cloak that someone's willing to lend.
Potato sack.
Potato sack. Okay, he'll hold it over his head, I guess. And head back out the door.
Esmond will quickly follow and just call out to both O and Seifred. Hell, guys, if we're gonna do this, just stay away from the hearth. That's all. Just don't go anywhere near it.
That's why I left the dynamite with you. Points to the backpack.
Sure, just come back. He's gonna head back inside.
Okay, so you're leaving behind the dynamite?
The backpack of dynamite, yes.
Okay. What are you and Seifred doing?
If I assume she's still out there.
Yes, she is there.
Alright. Where's next?
I've been working my way towards the outer edge. We can just start the next street over, I guess. I don't know. I was gonna say. I don't know. I was trying to be careful. Maybe I missed something.
Where do you think they would go? If something like this happened.
I mean, who's to say? It's not like we planned on getting to this building. We just fled and ended up somewhere that wasn't infested.
Let's go to my house.
Which direction is his house in?
Before they leave, I want to join the scene.
Yeah, we're talking outside.
Yeah, Kebeth's been helping Ava, and she kind of sees Casey go outside, and so she's just gonna look at Ava and say, "You've got this sorted. It'll be fine. You're gonna do a good job." And she pats Ava on the back, and then dashes out the door after Casey. And she'll slide in right as you guys are having that conversation.
Yeah.
The door beings open. She's like, "I'm coming with you. Don't go without me."
Esmond is going to peek back through the door. Actually, Kebeth, I was wondering if you'd like to help me blow up a chicken.
That really sounds like a Casey job.
I mean, if we're doing that, no reason we can't do both.
Really, haven't we having a blow up thing? You really want to blow something else up? It hasn't gone well at all. And honestly, I really think that the dynamite's really, really dangerous, and I really think that maybe blowing things up is a bad idea in general.
I mean, by my count, the majority of the times I've used the dynamite, it's gone really well.
And just to make sure people can be involved, Ava, you've done just enough immediate sort of things to realize, like, the immediate die within moments danger for the verdict has passed. There's like danger of infection and stuff like that. You don't want to do a lot more work, but if there's something urgent happening, you could turn away from what you're doing.
Okay.
Also, I could keep watch over stuff as like if you're.
Oh, okay. I like that a lot, actually. Her hand's kind of bloodied up to her wrist, and parts of her clothes possibly stained. She looks at Araya, who's obviously been sort of assisting and doing different things, and gives her a nod as she kind of slides in and takes over for Aetha. She wipes the back of her forehead with her hand, smearing some blood across it, and then moves towards the door as she continues to listen to the conversation that's going on outside.
I'm using holy water on this guy too.
No!
Yeah.
Poison water.
Peach was helping. Peach was helping Ava, so now she's helping Araya.
That's fine. And if Peach wants to join, Ava will sort of tap her on the shoulder as she's going and says, as she's heading towards the door, says, "It'll be fine for just a few minutes if you want to come."
Oh, all right. And she'll tail after Ava.
I mean, as if you want to do that now, I mean, that might be the best way to ensure safety for the people left in town. An offense. Best defense is a good offense. Right, Salinger? He says up through the, presumably, screen door or whatever everyone can hear through.
He'll just step out after hearing his name.
Now might be a good time. Ava said she saw them gathering at the hearth. I also saw all of the blue puddings were all headed in that direction.
Yeah, and the fire ones aren't doing well in the rain, he says with his potato sack over his head.
There's...
Why are they going to the hearth? Did I miss something?
Cypher kind of like struggles to stay focused. She's clearly antsy. Her foot thumps. Ava was saying that she thinks that they're trying to gather there. It's made of metal to be shocked by the storm.
It's just a guess. I don't know. She looks to Esmond. It just...
Doesn't matter
Even
why
if
they're
it's
there.
a coincidence, if that happened, it would... I mean, that's... I don't know what would happen, but I don't want to find out.
I'm getting balanced with everyone. I'm out of ideas. The simplest solution to this problem is to have Kibeth run full sprint, throwing the dynamite into the hearth, while somebody distracts the giant chicken, and that hopefully will end it. It's a 2-person job at minimum.
The hearth is one of the oldest structures in all of Shepherd's End. It's about a 12-foot diameter ring of stone with a solid metal plate across the top of it that was forged back when the town was a place of mining and ore, the work of dwarves. On the north, south, east, and west side of the hearth's base, there's about a 4-inch square opening through which coal and things can be inserted, and all of it designed to keep the heat and the fire going so you can cook atop it. Tossing dynamite into the opening would be a very precise task, not impossible, but
So the opening's only 4 inches?
yeah. Well, there's 4 openings.
everything I do goes badly. I mean, I trip and fall all the time. I drop packages. I definitely have never broken anything, I swear. Sometimes it breaks. But you really think that I could do that?
Kabath, it breaking is the point this time.
What if I trip at the wrong moment and I drop the dynamite at my feet and then it explodes right at my feet and then I die and then the town would still go to shit because the things would attack and I mean, if it's really the only way,
What about those automatons? I talked about it before. Esmond, can you just get one of them to deliver it? It doesn't have to go far. It just has to stagger far enough to put it inside.
Maybe, but they're off kilter due to the internal compasses not pointing north any longer.
So change their compasses.
No, Ava, they can't. If something happens, they can't dodge. They can't. I'll do it. It might go really, 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 really badly, but I'll try.
Okay, and I'll serve as the distraction against the chicken so that you can get in there and get out as quickly as you can.
I mean, we wanted to stay.
Yeah, we wanted to stay put.
Right, but we want to draw its attention away from the hearth so that Kibeth has enough time to dump all the dynamite in there if she has to be precise.
Esmond, I'm sorry, I think you misunderstand. It's inside of the hearth. We want it to stay there, and we're going to blow up the whole thing. We shouldn't be catching its attention one way or the other anyway. Not on purpose.
If we need to blow up the chicken, why do we need to stick it in the hearth? Isn't it not jelly?
It already is in the hearth.
Right, but we don't. If we can light the sticks and then put them, stuff things into it, doesn't it? We just put the dynamite in and let it sit there until it putters out.
Wait, who knows about Araya's invisibility thing?
Esmond?
Everybody, I think.
I think,
yeah,
Everybody got
I think
told.
it's common knowledge.
Okay, I thought so.
So
Wait a second. Wait. So if someone has to just get in close, I mean, what about Araya's ring that made her invisible? What if she could just sneak it? Will the dynamite be visible? Wait, did everything, was her clothes floating? I have so many questions.
I think Oliver went invisible, and that's not a bad idea. I mean, the point is we want to get as much dynamite to detonate at the same time, right where the jelly is. So she can be invisible and put the whole backpack in there.
Well, but I feel like we're putting Araya at unnecessary risk, presuming that chicken's jelly electricity eyes even work the same as our eyes do. I mean, even our eyes all work different. Some of us can see in the dark, some of us can't. I wouldn't be betting on electric chicken anatomy with Araya's life.
Just for some clarity, real quick, the blue laurel's not inside the hearth; it's on top of it. The hearth is only like 2 feet off the ground. It's like a big giant flat oven or stovetop.
But there's
a big
there's
hibachi.
still a fire going underneath it, right?
Yeah, there were still some members last time Ava was there.
Yeah.
This is the best pizza oven.
Wait, is the hearth not a pub?
No.
Yeah. The hearth is like a giant communal cooking surface.
I
We all had a different idea what it looked like.
It's like a giant grill.
I thought that the hearth was the name of Peach's mom's bar.
Nope, that's the Wanderlust.
Oh, okay. So this whole time I'm thinking, oh yeah, of course we would all go to the hearth. It's like a gigantic building that we can hole up in like a safe house. No, it's just a big stovetop. That's a terrible meeting place in the event of a disaster.
It's like the town square. It's essentially a town square with an oven.
Imagine
That's where
the
everyone meets
But
up
that's
for
where
dinner
everybody
every
meets.
day.
That's also where people who evacuate would go to. You're supposed to find a central meeting place when natural disasters are happening.
Hold on. Imagine the restraint that I had not to say anything when Chris said that the whole structure was 12 feet diameter.
I just assumed you were listening.
I was like,
12.
it's a really small building.
It's
It really fits the whole town, you know.
I thought it was like a big
cram in there.
bonfire. But this is better.
it's 12 feet in diameter and 600 feet deep.
Oh my god, is that true?
No, I'm just joking about the river from last game.
It's just as big as it needs to be.
My co-star told me to laugh today. Thank you.
Okay, so
I'm with the program now.
Kibeth looks at Peach and says, "Okay, so our choices are to send a maybe invisible Araya in carrying dynamite, or me running in at breakneck speed with maybe or maybe not distracting it if needed. Those are our choices right now."
I'm not saying either are good. I just want to make sure we know the problems and possible issues with any option.
I think they're both great plans.
I think they're both terrible plans.
I
And
mean, I think
Quebec's
Araya
lead
can
is
speak
common
for
knowledge.
herself.
She's been inside doing healing shit. You guys can
Y'all
come
want me
grab
to-
her.
I
Go
think
get her?
Shalate's been like sitting in the doorway listening to this.
Yeah, seeing this and having been the one who spoke on Araya's behalf, Peach would kind of look a little chagrined and dart inside the building and check with Araya about the patient. Is he stable enough that I can look after him? We all want to talk to you out there about some ideas we had.
Well, but somebody has to look after. No, you.
I can.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
easy enough, right? Just this little stuff. Not that being doctoring or healing is easy stuff. But if
No,
you've got
Ava
him
did
stable,
that.
I can babysit him.
Yeah.
Shalate looks over at them and says, Ashper Ember could probably do it too. They're conscientious. Where are they? And then she looks at the silence and says, I hate when that happens. No.
We don't know.
No. She gets
There are so many
starts to
people
pace around through the building to see if she can find them.
They're not.
That's why we need to go with this plan. We're all missing people out there, so we have to do the one thing that will make them all the most safe.
Still playing catch up here. That's a revelation. How many people are missing?
Hold on. 10. 10, maybe more.
We lost a lot of people at the lighthouse.
And a lot of people are just dead and not missing.
What do you mean by lost? Who is lost? Who is dead?
We don't know. We don't have a head count.
None of you have seen my uncle, have you?
No.
Yeah, so he's still out there too.
It's not gonna rain forever, and I don't know how long they're gonna continue to try to collect around that thing before something's gonna happen. We have to make a decision.
We have an
we're gonna blow it
opportunity.
up.
I think we should take it.
Yep.
So we just need to determine if it's Araya or Kibeth that drop off the dynamite. I think that,
If none of them want to do it, I'll do it.
Well,
or somebody has to.
the
Kibeth
whole
already
point-
said she would do it.
But if the whole point, I'm pretty sure the only reason you'd ask me is because I can. Well, because I can become invisible.
If you did it though, you'd have to run away immediately.
She won't be invisible in the rain.
How do you even know? And it's
Your feet.
if
The whole shape of you.
someone follow me. So I'll try, and if my invisibility is absolutely not the right call, we'll know in maybe 3 footsteps that I'm and then Kabeth can run it in. It's better than Kabeth running in, catching the chicken's attention, and getting... Sneakier is better. Quieter is better.
And again, I'm not to draw the chicken away from the hearth, but someone needs to potentially serve as a distraction to pull attention away if the person dropping off the dynamite is caught.
I'm happy to distract the chicken.
No, I don't think anyone should do it except for me.
Why?
What makes you uniquely qualified to be a distraction?
Are you faster or
I'm the
less?
only one here with any kind of lightning resistance. I might not be killed.
Do we have any more?
I would not.
Okay,
I
that's
would
a
not
good
bet on
point.
that.
Yeah.
But anyone who is doing the distracting has to be doing it from afar.
Yes.
She picks up the
And with
pistols
a
and
shield.
the
With-
rifle.
With the wooden shields
Tosses one
really
to
did work.
Esmond.
We don't want to draw it off of the hearth, though. That's the
know.
thing.
Okay.
This is
so-
if it goes horribly wrong.
So, Esmond approached slowly and not threatening, just to get his attention.
I'm not looking to draw its attention at first. I only intend to draw attention if either Araya or Kabeth are caught in its eyesight. That's
Yes.
the only time I would reveal myself.
Yeah,
you-
that's good.
Can you put together a really fast makeshift shield? The tuning forks divert energy. I use them to draw them out when people have been infected with the blue ones. If you could do something similar and slap it onto a shield, it might divert some of the electricity. If you can do that, but fast.
You can feel the wind beginning to pick up. You can see smoke from the fires above the town swirling violently.
Give me 10 minutes. I might be able to put something together to better protect myself, but it's not going to be great. We got to move before this rain gets too bad, before the lightning becomes too heavy.
Yeah. I'm going to, in case plans A and B go
And
right,
C. And F.
and C and F.
Give me 10 minutes to put together the shield. Then, as we get ready to head to the hearth, Araya, you use your invisibility thing, and we'll see how effective it is in this rain. And then, depending on how that works, we'll determine whether you or Kabeth will be the one to deliver the dynamite. Yeah.
Yeah. I can't hear words when I use it, so you'll have to make it very obvious with like a big X or something. Just like, no.
Okay.
Okay.
Wait. How long does the invisibility last? Could we see right now?
I don't trust it to last more than a minute, honestly. I took the ring off right after I used it the first time. We should get there, get me as close as possible, see if it's on or off, and send me in.
See if it's on or off. Do you
See if
know
it
how to-
works or not. I don't... We'll find out. And we've got Kabeth. We'll see if it works or not.
I can follow directions, Esmond. I'll help you as best I can to make a shield, and if anyone else can just look over everyone else.
Ava, I think you should stay here. You are the only one who can help these folks if they take a turn for the worse. You're the only one who can
Okay.
help if someone
No,
gets...
you're right. You're right. I'll stay.
I do.
I can follow your orders if you need us. I'll lieutenant you.
I agree with Peach. You guys should stay here, but Ava, I could use your help to try and construct something as quickly as possible. We want to make it as sturdy as we can. Something lightweight, though, that I can move quickly with.
Esmond, Sal holds up his glove. When those Aronnakas things attacked us, I was able to make a shield with this glove. It might be more effective than some slabs of wood. I don't know if you could just wear it and do the same, or...
Magic
I
shield?
almost forgot about that.
Yeah,
No, he's right. There was
stop
so much
razor
going
sharp
on, but
claws from doing to me what happened to Shalati, and you see the mess she's in. If it can stop that, maybe.
Wait, that's from an Orinokus?
Yeah, 3 of them. It was crazy. It was like a story came to life.
It's quite a
Can you
night.
summon the shield right now?
I can try to punch me. Threaten me. I don't know. I did it with instinct.
I'll do it. And Cypher will like punch him.
Hold a hand up, try and block it.
Yeah. Your head snaps back, she punches you in the nose, and then the shield activates and knocks husband on the ground.
Oh, well. It's tricky, I guess. Maybe the 3rd time's a charm.
Okay, hold on. Let's hand it to me real fast, please, and let's see if it'll activate for me now.
He pulls off the glove, which is furball sized at this point, and hands it to you.
I'm not going to be able to wear this.
It's way too big for your hand.
Besides, if I can punch before it like turns on, there's no way lightning would be slower than my fists.
Hold on, I was looking for Esmond to hit me, and you changed your mind, and you took it. That was a cheap shot, Cypher.
Plus, if 2 of us have a shield at the hearth, it's better than 1.
Yeah, let me play blocker for you.
With your leg, Salinger?
I don't have to dodge out of the way to block something from hitting him.
No, in this case,
Yeah, the opposite.
no one needs...
Ideally, nobody gets hit by anything.
Anyone that is hit by this lightning explodes, guys.
Oh, I thought it was more like a shock.
No, they're just gone.
They're just gone. Which is why I think I'm the only one that may potentially be able to survive being hit by it.
Where did you get that gauntlet from? Is there more?
On our archaeological excursion into the space under the ruins.
Esmond is moving, dragging Ava along with him to start putting together a makeshift shield with tuning forks to try and divert electricity from it.
There was a furball down there with the arm.
No, it was a little tight at first. It loosened up when I put it on.
It's quick to say, it looks like it was made for you.
Alright, I guess we got a plan. Out of character.
We have at least 3 different plans that may or may not work in concert.
The wind's picking up. What do you guys do?
I'm spending the next...
get into position.
Esmond and Ava said they need at least like 10 minutes to throw a shield together, right?
Mm-hmm.
Cypher will run in. Cypher will run into her family.
Yeah, a bunch of ears perk up as you come in the room. Winfred with the arm full of bunnies. Looks at you with glassy eyes.
Cypher kneels on the ground with her arms open, beckoning the bunnies.
They all come hopping.
She hugs all of them super, super tightly.
They all squeak at slightly different octaves.
Be good, bunnies. I'll be back. And then she approaches Merwin with a gentle touch to her shoulder, and then hugs her, and hugs her mom and kisses her mom's cheek. And she just nods. I'll be back.
Merwin's not there, but Winfred is.
Merwin's not there? I thought Evo, Sigurith, Caspian, and Damasona were the ones that were missing.
That is true. I failed to say Merwin on the second round. Merwin is not there.
assuming 10 minutes
All right,
passes.
all the same.
While they're waiting, just quick comments here and there. Seeing Cypher go back inside, Casey kind of shakes the potato sack a little bit. Starts walking back inside. Kind of talked about this inside. And he kind of nudges Araya a little bit, and he's like, "You think you'll be able to turn invisible?"
I am more confident of that than the other aspects of the plane. I haven't used it in days. I don't know how to trigger it, but I'll figure that out. It might take a minute. It might only last a minute. And if it doesn't work, then I'm cursed for nothing.
I have no doubt you'll get it to work.
Or I'll pass out.
Shalati inside has basically done a thorough checking out of the people who are there. Checks in on Aster and Amaru, who I assume are there. They were some of the babies. And lays a hand on Yev's head while he's unconscious, and then goes over to, I think, to Araya, and hands her the dynamite sticks that she had, and says, "Here, they're, I think, a little bit wet, so hopefully they still work. And here, unless you have some other way of making fire." And she holds out the fire starter.
Oh, yeah. But, I mean, isn't the hearth already on fire?
Maybe.
Okay. No, that's... You're
But
smart.
if you get caught out, I think Kibet can get there faster if she needs to. Thank you for helping Yev and for helping me.
Of course. And I'll be back soon, and I'll try harder next time. We'll find the rest of them. It's just...
I'll find the rest of them. I can't do anything else here anyway, so...
Your brothers are pretty resourceful. And stubborn, I think. Those are good traits.
They're
right
good
now,
kids. Right? Yeah. But I can't see them, and I don't know that they're safe.
I'll pray for them.
She puts her hands on Araya's shoulder and just says, "Thank you." Very sincerely.
She gives, like your hand a squeeze. We can do this, and we'll keep people safe, and we'll be back before you know it, and you'll feel better, and we'll find everyone, and everything will be fine. It's great.
Shelly just looks at her after this and smiles a little bit, pats her on the shoulder, doesn't say anything, and moves away to look over pulls out the pistol and is looking it over, trying to figure out how it works and how to, uncap it and everything.
Roll investigation.
Ooh.
Wait, don't roll it now. We'll roll it when you try to shoot.
And she's also going to try and find some kind of club or a chair leg, anything that she can use to swing one-handed and squash jellies.
Yeah, also it's pretty easy to find a board nearby.
That reminds me, there's a great sword just lying next to a verdict.
And armor, actually. I just realized. She looks at it and says, this verdict is not using this right now. Someone else should take advantage of it.
You're not gonna try to take an armor off. His leg and his arm are shattered.
They have buckles, don't they? They're not supposed to go over the arms. How are you operating on him with his armor on?
He doesn't need to be moved.
She doesn't push this very hard, but...
Fair. I'm gonna borrow this. And he scoops up the great sword.
I don't think he'll be carrying that anytime soon.
Who has Casey's other sword? Everybody's just
Sal does.
passing around all
Oh,
of Casey's
except
stuff.
that I gave it to Kabeth's dad to protect the bunnies on the way.
Quebec's dad has it.
Cupid's dad is now in the wind, apparently.
I'm sorry, he's what?
Missing.
In the wind, gone somewhere. Who knows?
He's fine.
I
Let's
did not
focus
know-
on the plan.
I did not know this. That is very troubling. Did I also have another weapon that we took from the train, Chris?
You could have.
There was the rifle.
There was
Yeah.
a rifler's pistol, but there's also
No, I thought that I thought there was a rifle and a pistol. Yes.
and a greatsword.
Okay, so I had taken the rifle. I would have left it inside when we went back outside to talk. So it's in the building somewhere, just so you know.
Oh, sure.
Beth does not have that on her person.
Charlotte is actually going to see that and grab it, take it to where Esmond Ava are working, and says, not to disturb you, but this might be a good way to distract it from afar. And she puts it down next to them.
What do you put down?
A rifle.
It's a clockwork rifle. You know it uses some sort of runes in order to fire a metal projectile. This particular model, looking close, is a 10mm Mark III.
Let's call that Plan B. Okay, Esmond just walks up, non-threatening, just trying to get its attention. If it starts to move towards him off the hearth, then maybe someone else needs to intervene, but we don't want it chasing it around like it did Kabeth earlier, running around on rooftops. Then there's no point. We want it in one spot.
I'll take it, and I'll hide it in somewhere nearby in case I need it to pull a more distraction.
If you think so. I think this is ready. It's at the right angle. It should work. Maybe. I don't know.
Well, the goal is to not get hit by any lightning. This is a last-ditch effort in case I do get hit, more than anything.
You can do this. Come on. Just, go get a pep talk from Casey and then go blow up a fucking chicken.
I think I'm all pep talked out, but taking an action instead of reacting like we have been for the past 3 days, I think I'm ready for that.
She kind of smiles at him a little bit, holds up the shield, and with the defensive part facing towards her and the straps facing towards him, sort of pushes it in his direction, holding it out for him to grip.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and buckle it, or strap it onto his right arm, the arm with his prosthetic hand. With Ava's help, get that strapped on tightly, securely, and just walk around with a shield designed to divert electricity.
Talk to me about that a little bit.
So the shield itself is pretty much a regular shield, but the idea behind it was to attach some tuning forks in the same directions and with the same measurements that Ava was using when she was attempting to, or medically, draw the energy out from the people who had been struck by a blue one. There's no guarantee that it would work, but that's the theory that they're trying to work with.
Okay, sounds good.
And Esmond will also take the clockwork rifle with him, strap it over one shoulder, and head to the door. Okay, who all's ready to go?
That'd be a little tough. The rifle's two-handed operation for sure.
I can't carry it over one shoulder and the shield on my other arm?
You can. It'll just be unwieldy, but yeah.
Oh,
Just meant
that's...
to use it.
Oh, no. I'm not looking to use it right now. I'm just... the plan is to just carry it for now. Okay, so who all's going on the Dynamite Chicken Run?
Wouldn't miss it.
I will be nearby. Yell if you have trouble.
Kibeth, Araya?
I'm ready.
You know that I already said yes.
Okay, Shalati, you just hang back at a bit of a distance, within eyesight of the hearth. We'll quietly move to a nearby building where we can immediately test Array's invisibility. As soon as that's confirmed to work, or not work in this weather, we'll have her or Kibeth deliver the dynamite. And if anyone is caught, I will serve as a distraction to pull attention away from them in a building opposite of where we're going to be set up. Yeah?
Yeah, you distract it only if the chicken sees the dynamite deliverer, right?
Correct. Okay, great. Let's Esmond will just quickly turn back to his mom. Okay, Mom, I'll be back in a bit.
Goblin Mom, variety of bunny, a satyr, tiny minotaur, a Yonti, ears perked, all kind of watch each of you as you begin to depart.
Yep. Peach is staying behind, unless somebody specifically told her to go along with. Would that be helpful or would that not?
You just tell us what you're doing.
Right. She would be staying behind. Also, I think I might have limited availability next week, so that would be convenient for me.
Let's blow up the chicken tonight. Let's get it done. Come on.
I think Shalati
Yeah, I'm
is going
team
to
blow
stop.
up chicken now.
Yeah, let's get it done.
Shalati is going to stop by Peach and says, if it sounds like everything went wrong, the city isn't safe. The train is not coming. It is gone. The temple might be the last place.
And then what? What's left of the moon up there?
If we have to.
Peach would get Shalati hug around Shalati's waist and just say, good luck, good luck, good luck.
She hugs her back tight. And then she's gonna head out.
Alright. So Peach and Ava staying behind as the others depart. You begin to head through the quiet streets. Rain pouring down, wind whipping. As you move toward the hearth, passing the petrified bodies of people cracked like embers in the streets. No signs of life aside from the blue glow, the orange smear of flames, curling smoke above, As you begin to approach the hearth, you can see the clouds above roiling, and you start to feel the hairs on your you feel the hairs on your arm begin to stand on end despite the rain. Static in the air, building ever tenser and tenser as you approach the hearth, and soon, peeking down through the alley, you can see the blue glow coming from the place where you've gathered all your lives for meals and celebrations and festivals. And just around the next corner, you know, is the blue laurel, the creature that killed so many people that you know. What do you do?
I turn to them. What's a good spot to stop at? What do you think's close enough?
We don't know how long your invisibility lasts. Maybe you could have up to a minute, maybe, so we only want to be maybe 1 or 2 buildings away, something that you can move quickly and quietly to and from, well, to the hearth. You're going to want to run away as soon as possible once you get that dynamite set in there.
Yeah.
Okay. So find, as much as going to point a direction, find a building over in that western direction. I'm going to head in the near opposite direction on the eastern side of the hearth, and I will be ready to pull attention as soon as I notice that one of you has been caught.
Just a reminder, you're approaching from the east.
Okay.
You all are approaching from the east now.
And who is it that said that the fire ones are like hiding inside the buildings? So maybe I should just find an alleyway to...
Oh yeah, no going inside any buildings. Everyone, right. We stick to streets and alleyways. I'm going to place this gun in an alley nearby in case I need a greater distraction to keep y'all from getting hurt. So I'm gonna go. All of you will be able to determine if Araya is visible or not in the rain. If Araya, I know you can't hear anything. If you are visible, everyone just hold up your arms in an X pattern to let Araya know. And then, Araya, when you see that, take off your ring or do whatever you need to do to become visible again. And then at that point, that's when Kipeth will have to be the one to move in. If all else fails, you'll need to be the one to deliver the dynamite, and pending that, we have Shalati to deliver the news or try for one last time.
How much dynamite should I
She has sort of...
All of it? Half of it.
All of it. Go big or go home right now. There's...
Just a reminder, the opening to put something inside the hearth where the coals are is a 4-inch square.
Yeah, but I'm gonna walk up and...
How big are the boxes?
Larger than 4 inches.
Well, but each individual dynamite is small, so I could like thoop, 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 a couple.
Right, but it's on fire down there.
Fire.
What's that?
You'd be dropping dynamite into fire.
Isn't that the whole plan? Like...
Right, but if you can only...
While you're standing right next to it.
So, okay. But that's the whole... That was the whole discussed plan, was
so
hooking it into the hearth.
Yep.
That was the version of the plan that we talked about for everybody else. But for you, it was... wasn't it basically to, like, set the whole bag of it on fire and, like, slip it under the chicken rather than, like...
Sure.
Slip it under or like,
next
throw
to,
it,
or...
throw
You
it,
could
like,
just chuck
near it.
Yeah, chuck it at the chicken.
I
I mean, I don't
You
know
mean
how
bag
precise
of
you have to be with a
dynamite?
bag of dynamite. Yeah.
Just make sure you understand the physical situation. It's the place you feed coals and things kind of in there is not a giant opening because it's an oven.
Okay. No, yeah. Okay. I was gonna do the, like, pack a whole bunch of dynamite and, like, hook them into the hole so I don't have to worry about lighting the lighter. I think 4 things of dynamite are gonna suffice.
Chris, I need a second dimension than 4 inches. That's one
I'm
direction.
assuming like a 4-inch
4-inch
square, so I could like do a 4 1-inch dynamites, like or maybe no, that would be for a 2-inch square. I could put 16 things of dynamite in there and just all at once. I could do 16 things of
That's
dynamite
what
and
we
huck
should
it
have
all
been
at once.
doing with
This
this
is
time.
the plan.
We should have been doing like the old-style dynamite sticks with like the twisted thing, like the bundles. Are they already done like that?
No, I just want to make sure it's clear that if you drop something through there, you're dropping it directly onto flaming coals.
And I'm gonna
that's
run.
the information that I'm giving you.
I think this is a great plan.
You're probably gonna fly after you run.
That's fine. I'll walk. It'll be a cool scene to draw my death later. It's great.
It's either lighting one of the dynamite and throwing it back into the bag and then tossing the bag so that they all blow together, or sliding a handful, however many you can, into one of the holes of the hearth and throwing the bag still.
I'm team hole in hearth.
If you empty the bag and kind of just wrap up enough dynamite that it'll still fit through the hole wrapped in the bag, that'll delay the burn down a little bit to actually get to the dynamite.
Brilliant.
Will putting dynamite in the under part of the hearth actually blow up the chicken on the other side of a massive metal?
The top of it is a
plate?
2-inch plate of steel.
Oh, how are you gonna poke a hole like that in our plan at this stage?
All right, team
better this
bag of
stage
dynamite,
than-
light it, stick it under the chicken butt.
No, yeah,
all right,
the plan
team
is still the
light
same.
it.
It's just you light the bag and you
All right, chicken
it's just
butt.
light
Yep.
and throw the bag.
Yep, I'm gonna light the bag. I'm throwing the bag. Light and throw the bag.
I like
Dang
the
it. All right,
Ant-Man
thank you,
defeats
thank
Thanos
you.
thing.
Because it's like basically a huge pan. It's like a fry, like in a Burger King.
It's a giant.
I thought it was great.
I
I thought it was a barbecue.
It's the best place you can imagine to cook pancakes.
Chris, your physics of this is really hurting my brain, so I'm going to take your word for it that in this magical realm somehow that evenly heats this 12-foot circle of metal. But I'm all for team throwing the bag.
Team throw the bag. Now that I know that it's not a grate on top, team throw the bag. Okay. Team throw the bag. Thank you for this, actually, because yes.
Yeah, and just for clarity, it's about a 12-foot diameter pit. You would put coal all across the interior evenly, right? And then there's the slide of metal on top.
Let's blow up that chicken. Come on, guys.
Yes. Team blow up the chicken. We got yes.
Before Esmond heads out. Okay, guys, just be safe. And he's just going to turn around and go find an alley that's going to be as close to the very opposite side of where they're going to be set up. He's going to place the gun in one alley and then move over to another alley with eyes on the chicken, ready to pull distraction if needed.
Mm-hmm. Sneakily get into position.
So you're gonna light the bag on fire.
Once I get behind the chicken. I'm not gonna hold a flaming bag of dynamite and then walk up to the chicken.
Can you do that while invisible?
If you did, would the bag and the fire also be invisible?
I don't know. I think that invisible me lighting a bag that sneakily ended up behind the chicken without it knowing is the best possible option.
Okay.
Okay. Let's see if I can turn invisible again. Are we in? Once we're in position.
I think we are.
Okay, once I get my confidence. going to look at the chicken and wish very hard that she is not going to be seen.
Before, or I guess as Esmond is leaving, Seifert will run up to him. Wait, Esmond. Let me come with you. You can't hold both things at the same time. It would take time to run and get to the rifle. I can stay a safe distance back. I'm not aiming at anything. It would be quicker.
No, I'm not going to risk anyone getting hit by this thing's lightning after I've seen what it does. The only reason I am doing this is because I have a chance of not blowing up. Besides, you have to go find your family after this. And we're not putting you at risk of not being able to do that.
Her snout wrinkles and she backs off.
It'll be all right. We'll get through this somehow.
Whatever, Esmond.
I'll see you on the other side. And Esmond will quickly turn around and quietly jog off.
Okay, so you are focusing on being unseen.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Knowing the stakes, much like it happened in the tunnels before, as you focus that thought and that intention, all of you who are watching see Araya vanish from view. The world around you becomes muffled. The sounds of the rain deepening in tone. As you look at where she is, it is very hard to see her, but there is a distortion where the rain is hitting where she must be, and water splashing, dripping down her body. You can also see where she's standing in the soft earth. You can make out the shape of her feet. It is very hard to see her, but not impossible.
And it's nighttime! She's gonna take a few steps away from everyone. And a few steps more. And then she's gonna turn around and walk to the chicken. But kind of quickly. Quietly.
Okay. So we know where Esmond's gone, where you see Araya begin to move into the alleyway towards the last turn before the hearth. Very hard to see. You can make out the shape of her steps in the mud. Are any of the rest of you doing anything in particular?
Waiting to see if Araya succeeds or fails so I can run in and help if it goes wrong. Wherever that makes sense.
Charlotte is circling around to be sort of on a quarter line, like 3 o'clock or 9 o'clock.
North or south?
Between, let's say north.
Okay.
And she's kind of just wants to be equidistant, more or less, between where Araya and Kibeth, well, where Araya started, Kibeth is, and where Esmond was heading to. And she's also discreetly going to start looking in at some of the buildings around her to see if it looks like any places were being used for hideouts, but no, she's not actually calling out just yet.
Sounds good. All right, Esmond, you're in place. Kibeth, you're waiting. Charlotte, you've moved to the northern side, halfway between them, but keeping out of sight around some buildings. Araya, as you begin to carefully step out in the corner into the much more open area of the hearth. You can see where the supplies were abandoned, crates and barrels and satchels that are now soaked in water. There atop the hearth, you see the glow of the blue laurel chicken roosting. You see that there are a variety of large, maybe 3 feet long, gorgeous gelatinous eggs that have been laid there atop the hearth. Rain coming down, wind blowing, there's a static in the air. You can feel it tingling on your skin. You see the clouds above you roiling thick. What do you do?
I'm going to approach the chicken from behind as best as possible with the dynamite.
You begin to approach slowly. Careful steps. You feel the soft earth mashing beneath your feet. There doesn't seem to be any reaction from the chicken. It seems its big gelatinous head sunken down into its body, almost as though feathers.
So tense. Alright, Oh, music change, thanks. She's going to chart the best path up next and behind it to slip from her robes a bag of dynamite.
Beneath the robes, but still in your hand, you produce the bag. You can feel the weight of it.
She's going to set it on the next to the chicken, but not releasing it, and then with her other hand, grab the lighter and doesn't this one require a roll to see if it even lights?
You wonder as you stare at the lighter in your hand.
Okay, I'm gonna light them. Yes, yeah. No, this Esmond makes great things. This'll work.
Please roll a d6.
Mm-hmm.
Roll a 6, roll a 6. Oh.
What's a 5 do?
5. Flame comes to light in your hand.
Yes!
Floating there just above you. The light from the lighter just barely revealing the top of your hand.
I'm going to light the bag.
Ooh. Roll stealth for me, please.
Holy shit!
No reaction from that.
Yes! Holy shit! Of all the times to get a decent roll. Does the bag catch fire?
Takes a second, but the smoke starts to curl and then flames start.
Once I know that it's on fire, I'm going to retreat and release the bag behind, nestled with the chicken.
Those people observing from your hidden places around, you see a warm light begin to spring from the bag as it appears, smoke curling upward. After just a moment, the chicken inverts, its head coming out the other side of its body, and it looks down at the bag and peers really close to it, leaning down. Smoke's curling.
The second that I see any movement from the chicken, Esmond is going to step out of the alleyway, banging a wrench against the shield and yelling at the top of his lungs, trying to get its attention.
And just as the chicken begins to make a move towards the bag, you clang against the shield, and its body twists and turns inside out, its head facing towards you, and there's a glare in its eyes, and you feel the static around you begin to rise as it starts to almost like breathe in a breath.
I throw the wrench down. I just yell at the chicken. Yeah, fucker, it's me. I'm back. You're not getting away this time. And he's going to hold the shield up, glaring at it, and he's going to be ready to run to try and avoid its lightning blast.
The chicken begins to stand up there on the hearth right above the bag, flames growing, beginning to spread across the material. The chicken raises its wings and starts to flap them, then opens its mouth, and there's a blue glow before a massive blast of lightning arcs through the rain along the ground, all towards Esmond. Please make an investigation check, or a check for how well what a good idea this shield was and how well it works. That's 17 on the die, plus 4 for a 21. Lightning smashes into Esmond. Your heels scrape against the ground as you're thrown back, lightning arcing all around you and then curling up into the air all around you, forking, bending, leaving you untouched.
Yet, seeing the lightning blast, Casey yells, "No!" Clicks his fingers, burst of fire appears in his hand, and he starts running out towards that.
Just then, there's a massive explosion from the bag of dynamite. Blue, gelatinous material goes flying all over the place. The chicken is blown partially into the air, upside down, flipping over, parts of its body going every direction. The majority of its body mass is just blown off in every direction. What's left of it smashes into the side of the building, and you see it flopping around, flapping its wings, turning inside out, trying to get back up to its feet. It's badly wounded, but not dead yet. What do?
We have more dynamite!
Esmond is actually going to drop the shield, and he's going to run towards where he had placed the rifle and pick that up from the alleyway.
Charlotte has pulled out the pistol from her waistband, and hopefully she did okay with trying to figure out how the thing worked.
Pistol drawn from your waist, and Esmond runs towards the rifle. Casey?
Casey pulls the 3 sticks of dynamite off of his belt, bundles them together, running towards the flopping chicken with fire in one hand, the dynamite in the other.
Alright. All the people nearby, Kabeth, you guys certainly heard the explosion.
Oh, I'm watching this, for sure.
Alright. The chicken is trying to get up to its feet. What are you doing?
Get close enough to light the dynamite and then sling it into the wreckage of where it lays.
How do you light the dynamite?
You're not pinging.
Yeah, you're not pressing.
Oh, yeah.
Nice motions, though.
Yeah. So he has the ball of fire in his hand, the 3 sticks of dynamite bundled together. He just holds the fire up to it, leans back, chucks all 3, yeah, and then throws the fire right after it.
Give it a roll. Ooh, 17 plus 4 for 21. 3 sticks of dynamite lodge themselves in the gelatinous material, and then the flame lights the fuses. It's starting to burn. It's going to go off soon.
Turn tail and runs.
I'm shooting.
Charlotte levels the pistol.
What was the thing that I had to check?
Oh yeah, roll your investigation for figuring out how well you can figure out the clockwork pistol. 13's good enough.
13.
Yeah, you realize it's breech loading in the middle. Inside each round has a portion of a rune, and where the plate, when you pull the trigger, completes a rune that creates an explosion.
Having done so, she levels it and aims at what remains of the chicken flopping and flailing around. Says nothing cool, but pulls the trigger.
Oh, it's a 2 on the die. Any inspirations?
No, I spent it on getting a shard of train rail track in my shoulder.
Alright, yeah, there's a blast from the pistol. Kicks in your hand, and a portion of the chicken's body is sort of blown out near the shoulder, but it doesn't seem to be a critical part of the creature. It whips its head around towards you.
Do I reach the rifle I laid out earlier?
Yeah, it comes sliding into place, and you've reached the rifle.
Yeah, I'll hoist it up. Do I need to make an investigation check on it as well?
Yeah. Okay. Everything seems fine.
I would actually like to roll an inspiration.
Ooh, give it a roll.
Okay, so 8 plus 3, 11.
All right. 11's enough. You realize, ooh, there's one piece out of sync from, it must have been damaged in the explosion. You have to turn one of the gears to get it back into place, and now it'll fire. You're not transmitting?
Sorry, spark's still coming off of him, still kind of numb from what the fuck just happened to him. His hair blowing back. He'll turn that gear, he'll take a knee, take aim, and take a shot off at the chicken.
Is that a 15 on the die?
That's a 15 on the die. I don't know if I need to add anything to that or not.
Depends if Esmond would be good at this kind of thing.
He's never fired a gun before. He knows what it is.
Makes sense that he does.
It's clockwork.
It is clockwork. Does that mean anything?
Alright, but 15 was good enough because the round that spirals out of the barrel of the rifle hits the chicken, now only about 6 feet tall, right in the face and blows its entire head off. Its body without a head staggers around, and you see parts of it trying to reform the head when the fuse gets all the way down. Casey, give a roll for how well you took care of that dynamite. Has the seal been broken? Has it gotten wet? Oh, that's a 4 on the die.
Casey is inspired.
Please?
He's careful with his dynamite. He tucked it in, had the shirt over it.
16 on the die. Good enough. There is a massive explosion of 3 pieces of dynamite. Everything left of the blue laurel chicken is blown apart in every direction. Blue pudding flying all over, flopping inert to the ground until there's just a crater, a curl of smoke. A big dent in the top of the hearth. The blue laurel chicken is destroyed.
Hell yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. It worked. It actually worked.
Esmond, Araya.
Am I still invisible?
I think so. There's a crack of lightning from the sky as a bolt of lightning strikes the hearth. Massive flash that sends you all stumbling, deafening burst. No chicken there.
Oh my god.
We got the eggs too, though, right? Like,
Oh yeah, they're gone.
oh, smithereens. Oh, thank fucking goodness. Thanks,
Best
tomato.
omelet. Best omelet, just in time for the harvest festival.
My blue laurel dragon put down before its time.
It worked. That's the fate of dragons.
This was the scariest thing I've ever done in D&D.
Esmond will
Look at you blowing up like the most of it by yourself. Holy shit.
I know. Congratulations, Araya. Now you're a freedom fighter / religious extremist.
Oh, yeah, I know. It's, well, it's definitely, like, I don't think Athelia would have voluntarily killed a magical creature. It's good that Araya would have.
So as you stand there, the wind whipping around you, rain coming down, smoke curling into the air, most of the town on fire, but the worst of your nemesis defeated. Your town seems reclaimed. And that's where we'll end tonight's episode.
Oh my god!
Do you guys want one little stinger?
Always!
Yes.
Every time.
Oh, I don't know. Are you gonna tell us some people we love are dead?
Guys, we're kind of on a pedestal here. I don't know if we want to stay.
That's true.
I don't know. I don't know, Chris.
I
Can
just don't want the game to end. It's very different.
Maybe like a nice stinger of the stories that the baby bunnies are telling each other back in the barn, and then
Like, or they found
When
they
has
found
Chris
like
ever
a
done a
little
nice
hollowed out tree where the baby bunny kids are all nesting safely.
You might like it. It might be a happy stinger. Okay.
It's music, definitely.
Just
listen to
sting
that.
us already.
Alright.
No qualifier.
Some hours later, in the forests south of shepherd's end. A black gelatinous sphere moves across the ground. An arm emerges from it, grasps onto a tree, mauls the rest of its body, kind of humanoid from the form. Another arm splits off, and then an arm that's kind of like an arm, but it fails and collapses back into its body until, after an approximation of what a human would look like, this black, viscous thing takes a wobbling step forward and reaches up and holds its face. Takes a couple more steps, falls to a knee. Its body collapses in, inverts, the head grows back out, arms grow out, reaches for a tree to right itself. A couple small blue puddings slither across the ground. One of them bumps into its heel, a bit of blue soaked up inside of it. Another one, 3 more, just little bits, little mice of puddings. Takes another step. Says, come on, Ez, just you and me. Just a couple guys. Takes a couple more steps. Reaches up, holds its face. You tell him you tell her I'm a hero. Takes a few steps more, collapses to a knee, struggles back up to its feet. Okay, bunnies, ears up. A few more steps. Manages to stand. Manages to straighten up a bit more. Starts to hum Shirley's favorite song. This continues into the south.
Welcome back, Sean.
Well, we ended on a high note, guys.
We won.
Nobody else is gonna die of the giant chicken in town. That's all we got.
No, that was freaking awesome.
Yeah, that was incredible.
Can't believe that actually worked as well as it did.
Yeah.
Those dice are just toying with us now.
Oh my gosh, the rolls are so ridiculous.
Except when it
rolls.
really counts.
Yeah.
Well, I feel like there's some things that counted before too. Yeah.
But the whole rolls on all that plan were just perfect.
Seriously though, it's why I don't play PvP. My heart rate was here.
I was laughing a lot because I knew you had the lighter.